more again. Some more again. Some more again.
Grüezi chess fans, and welcome to the penultimate day of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival. What looked to be a parade for Radoslav Wojciech after yesterday has turned into a fight to the finish. The Pole is still leading the tournament, but he has now 3 players on his heels, and one of them he must play today, and that is 15-year-old German Vincent Kaymer. Kaymer desperately needs to win in order to win the tournament. But there's also Pentala Harikrishna and Michael Adams from England in the mix. So the scores at the moment are Wojciech on 31.5, Harikrishna on 28.5. Now remember, there's 4 points for a win in the classical tournament, of which there are 2 rounds remaining, and 1.5 for a draw. Third place is Michael Adams, fourth on 27.5, and fourth place is Kaymer on 26.5. Those 4 will make up the winning. Well, the 3 winners for sure. David Anton from Spain has recovered really well from a bad start, and he is currently on 22 points. Then Katie Neidich is on 18.5. Noel Studer from Switzerland is on 15, and Romain Edouard from France is 13.5. So that's the scores as they stand. Well, also the scores in the classical tournament alone. Well, you have Hari Krishna on 12.5 points ahead of Kama on 12, and then Anton on 9.5. So the 4 and 1.5 scoring system does change things. Then on 8.5, Wojciech and Adams. However, if you look at the old-fashioned 1 point for a win and half for a draw scoring system for classical, it doesn't change that much. Hari Krishna is on 3.5 out of 5. Kama is on 3 out of 5. Wojciech, Adams, and Anton all on 50%. Then the remainder of the field are all on 2 out of 5. So the scoring system actually affects only the one person, really, and that is David Anton, because he's had 2 wins and 2 losses from his 5 games, and 2 wins and 2 losses beats 4 draws every time in this scoring system. So our games today, well, Kama Wojciech, that's the big game. These two have never played with these colours, but Wojciech did beat Kama in the Bundesliga only a year ago. So that's the only game they've played. It's not so surprising Kama hasn't played the top players very often. Then there's Pentala Hari Krishna against Romain Edouard. So the score between those two is 1.5 all. There've been 3 draws, all of them with Hari Krishna white. One in many years ago in Nancy in 2009 in a Grandmaster tournament, then in Gibraltar in 2014, and then more recently a draw at the European Club Cup in Budva in 2019. So, well, so far Hari Krishna has not been able to overcome Edouard, even when he was a significantly high-rated player. Edouard has shown in this tournament that he's quite capable of springing some opening surprises and doing quite well that way. Also, we have Neidich against Anton, and that one is, well, a really, really strange pairing, it must be admitted, because these guys have played each other 3 times, and black has won every game. So Anton has twice been black against Neidich, once in Barcelona in 2016, once in Gibraltar last year, and he won both of those games with black. But the only time Anton was white, which was in the Greek Team Championship in 2013, he also won with black. So in theory, you could say Anton has an advantage here, but really, I think they're just anomalous. We're looking at too little data to really draw a firm conclusion about anything like that. Then we have Noel Studer against Michael Adams. And Studer has been playing fairly well, certainly the first 2/3 of the game, but he's constantly let decent positions slip. Even yesterday, when he got into trouble, he got out of it and then somehow slackened off, and Kama was able to beat him. These two have only played the once, and that was with different colours, with Adams white, and that was only a draw. That was earlier this year in Gibraltar, and it really wasn't so difficult for Studer to make a draw. So Adams with black might find it quite hard to break through. So there are pairings. I should also mention what's coming up in the last round, because Wojciech will get Studer in the last round. So if Kama doesn't beat him, Wojciech is definitely a big favourite for this tournament. And Hari Krishna will have to play the black pieces against Anton. So today, with him white and Wojciech black, is the day when the Indian should be making up ground. Right now, he's 3 points behind. If, for example, he wins and Wojciech draws, then he'll be half a point behind. So really, it could be very, very close. One thing that's unlikely is any tie, because there was a Chess 960 tournament right at the start of the Chess Festival between all these players, and the winner was Hari Krishna, and that will be an advantage to him if there is a tie for first place. But at the moment, the scores are sufficiently different that The only way I can see Hare Krishna tying with Wojciech is if Wojciech loses 2 games in a row, Hare Krishna draws 2, and by then Adams or Kamer will probably have overtaken them. So that's all academic. The games have just begun, and of course our big game is Kamer Wojciech, and Kamer plays knight f3. So he's just being flexible. Wojciech has his openings very well worked out. It may be that Kamer is just looking to play quietly. So knight f6 played, and now c4, which of course gives black a huge choice of moves: c5, g6, e5, sorry, not e5 yet, c6 and d5, e6 and d5. E6 and d5 is what you'd probably expect, and in fact he has played e6. So white can choose. If he goes d4, he's getting a queen's gambit where his knight's already committed to f3, which is not always ideal. But he can also play systems involving b3, e3, that sort of thing, and they can work out okay. So he played knight c3, which is a decent move. Now if c5, probably e4 gets into a sufficiently messy line that Kamer will be happy with. So d5 played, and now just e3. So white is wondering whether to play d4 or not, and the reply came very quickly from Wojciech. It's a6. And the idea of this is if white does go d4, he can just go take, b5, and bishop b7, and that should lead to a very decent sort of queen's gambit accepted. There's a few little traps around here. For example, if you go queen e2 and black goes c5, which would, what you'd like to equalize, I think bishop takes pawn check, actually wins material here for white. So it's not absolutely trivial, but certainly if you get b5 and c5 for free, you should be doing fine. So for the moment, white is thinking about playing d4, but of course you can play things like b3 as well. And b3 and bishop b2 can lead to, well, a funny sort of b3 position, but certainly not bad. Once you put your bishop on b2, though, you're a little bit more reluctant to play d4. The bishop might turn out quite poorly on b2, but then again, where are you going to put the bishop now that you've played e3? Unless you can play d4 and get e4 in as well, the bishop doesn't have a lot of prospects. Okay, we'll leave Vincent thinking about this and move on to the Hare Krishna game, where our top seed sitting in second place is playing Edward, and it is a queen takes d4 Sicilian. So that's not the first time we've seen this system here, though once it came as a transposition after bishop b5 check. The point is, if knight c6, you're going to go bishop b5, take that knight on c6 if you have to, and then either play c4 or just knight c3. So this is taking it away from mainline theory, but you hope, if things go well, that you get very, very quick development. So a6 played, which is certainly okay. And now you have to choose between a move like c4, trying to take some space, and something more aggressive, such as bishop g5, just to discourage e6 or knight f6 or any move like that. So personally, I like bishop g5, but I can imagine c4 being played. Hare Krishna prefers not to commit his pieces at all and plays bishop e2. And after knight c6, I'm not sure where he wants his queen to go, because it may go back to d3, I guess, but it doesn't feel like you're getting a good version of the Sicilian at all. That is a bit odd. But okay, relatively new idea. Part of Edouard's strengths here has been his opening choices. And here, this is hardly something he would have expected. So the queen went back to e3. That does seem to allow g6 and bishop h6. But I guess then you've got queen c3 when the bishop's on h6. So you might be able to castle first. Still very odd, but let's see how some others are going. Niditch and Anton, we haven't had a lot of moves because, oh no, we've got a few more. So Bishop b5 played by Niditch, the move that eventually won Anand the World Championship match against Gelfand in 2012 after he couldn't break down Gelfand's Pelican system. So e6 played, and here's a big choice. Anand basically prepared bishop takes c6 in these systems and tried to leave those black pawns as just hobbling pawns. It didn't always work, but they're certainly, it's not just the pawns actually of black that are the problem. It's the bishop on c8 that might be locked in after d3 and c4, and also the bishop on f8 usually doesn't have too many options. But instead, Niditch plays an older line. He castles, allowing knight g7, and now rook e1, with the point that after a6, bishop f1, and the bishop is fairly safe. White can think about c3 and d4. And if black goes b5 immediately, then you get hit by a4, and it can get quite awkward. And as a result of that, Anton played much more simply with b6. It is also possible to play d5 here. For example, let's see. Pawn takes, knight takes, d4, and something simple like knight f6. And these sort of positions tend to be fairly equal too. Very hard to get any advantage for white at all here. b6 is looking for more of a game. Anton really needs to win to move up to the top 4 or move up close to the top 4. So b6 is keeping it complicated. If white plays c3, black may well play d5 then, or may play bishop b7 and d5 later. So black is not giving white an easy target on the queen side but with b5, but still his position seems to be quite okay. Okay, we've had quite a few moves in the Studer Adams game, in fact, many moves. So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, and it's a bishop f4 queen's gambit. After castles, e3, knight d7, Studer plays c5, which has been the critical move for quite a while. We've seen it already in this tournament, and I think, as I mentioned then, it helped win a critical game for Anand in the World Championship, in one of his World Championship matches against Carlsen. So c6 played, h3, b6, b4, a5, a3. So white can maintain his pawn chain, but he can't prevent black from exchanging pieces with bishop a6. The problem with bishop a6 is there can be a b5 move played. And after b5, if you take it, there's c6, c7, and it was that sort of pawn, like a nail in the knee, that really hurt Carlsen in his game. But it was a long theoretical line. So h6 played, doesn't seem bad, but it's just waiting to see what white will do. If you play bishop d3, I think bishop a6 will come. So he played queen c1 first. And now bishop b7, bishop b2, queen c8, castles, and bishop a6. So here, at least those pieces are coming off. You don't have b5 followed by c6 because the queen is on c8. So Adams has been super careful about this. So white just played queen c2. And here we have a position that looks as if white's almost lost a move, but he hasn't quite. But he couldn't have played queen c2 earlier because he needed to keep his rook on a1 protected. But even so, he's happy to allow a swap on e2. He'll take with the queen. And if queen a6, he may well take and play b5, similar to the other lines. And that could work out quite well. So Adams is finally having a bit of a think. And well, taking on e2 is the obvious move. And then you can also play queen b7, and I think that's something that Aronian has found works quite well. And then rook fc8, and you can at some point you swap on in the center, but not too early. Sorry, not the center, where the pawn tension is on the queen side, but not too early. So after queen b7, I think white is supposed to play rook fb1, and then you may need to take on e2. But supposedly white hasn't got much here. So we may see some new theory from Studer, who his openings have been very, very good. But as it stands, queen b7 and rook fc8, I think, are supposed to be roughly equal, but we'll see. Of course, if black swaps all the pawns, then he will discover that his queen hasn't got a good square on the queen side. He can't oppose on the b file because of that bishop sitting on f4. So you don't want to swap pawns too early. You might want to swap on b4, but you certainly don't want to open the b file too early. That's something that can come later. So a well-discussed position, or style of position anyway, perhaps with h3, h6 thrown in. It's a little different. I think the Anand game had h3 played, but maybe not h6. But in any case, it's well, it's going to be a while before I think they're really out of opening theory. So our big game, Kramer and Wojciech, and certainly there's been quite a few moves. So after a6, white did play b3, so he just wants a happy life. c5, bishop b2. So d4 looks interesting, I must admit. Takes, probably knight e2 is good. And that pawn may be doomed. So d3 would be a nail in the knee, except we can just win it with knight here. And black can't use his development to any effect. So he played knight c6. So now he really is threatening to play d4. So takes, d5 was played. Bishop g4, bishop e2. Takes immediately. Wow, that must be some sort of theoretical line, because normally you don't feel like you need to. A move like bishop d6 would lead to some sort of main line. Pawn takes on c5, bishop takes castles, and so on. In fact, it would transpose to an old Karpov game, I think Karpov-Chandler from 1983. But instead, bishop takes without provocation. That's pretty remarkable. Take. Of course, it does leave the bishop on b2 looking a bit silly, and bishop b4. So we can, of course, castle, and I would expect him to do that almost automatically, but he's having a think. Is he really worried about bishop takes knight, playing the two knights against the two bishops? It's conceivable that position could be okay for the knights.
Okay.
It would be a very interesting concept. So castles, bishop takes, and perhaps castles.
Yeah, go please. Don't worry.
With the idea of rook e8 and knight e4 at some point.
Yeah.
It certainly could work okay. So, yeah, the really interesting play by Wojciech, not necessarily playing for an advantage, but certainly trying to shut down his opponent. So that's quite a weird position. Okay, Naiditch and Anton. The queen has actually come back. So after b6, he plays d4, take, knight c6, and now queen d2. Now that is quite a common idea in a queen takes d4 Sicilian, which we're seeing in another game, in the Hare Krishna game. The idea is to play b3 and bishop b2, but black doesn't have g6 and bishop h6 here anymore because there's no knight on g8. So with all these games really looking interesting, I might pass you over to Dina, who apparently is with Austria's #1, Marcus Rager, for his view on what's going on at the moment. So take it away, Dina.
Welcome to the live studio of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival. We have here with us our favorite guest, Grandmaster from Austria, Markus Reier. Hello, Markus.
Hello, Dina.
Thanks for coming. Markus, yesterday it was a tough game for Noel with ups and downs. What were your conclusions after having analyzed it?
Yeah, it was a very tough game. I mean, they played some very topical theoretical line, and it was extremely sharp position, and it continued. The whole game was in this spirit. It was very sharp. It were like, yeah, as you mentioned, some ups and downs, but in general, I think the game was played by both at quite high level. I mean, it was really a good game, and it was a great effort of Vincent to win the game.
With nice quality sacrifice and a very unstable position and still enough compensation throughout all the way up till the end?
Not all. It was not all the way that it was compensation, but it was never like easy to convert, and one mistake in the end, I mean, sealed the result. I mean, Noel could put more resistance in the end. Probably a position was objectively a draw, but it's still, with little time, it's very tough to be completely sure, and even, yeah, to also hold it. It's not easy.
Right. Today we have a round 6. Just before the last round, which will be today, or which will be tomorrow, round 7. Still very important day for Noel, but perhaps we will see his game in the end, like our favorite tradition. Could you please share with us your thoughts about the round so far?
Yeah, also a very important result yesterday was the win of Harry Krishna with black pieces, and it was, yeah, not only good for Harry, it was also good for the tournament, because now it's really, I mean, still Radek, he has the best chances, and he definitely deserves to win after playing such a good tournament, but at least now it's very, very close, and many people can catch him and can at least fight for tournament victory. And as you said, Vincent is one of them, but he has to, yeah, play at the level that he did yesterday, and then there's some chance that he can also win against Radek.
So we do start with the game of Radek today, Vincent Keimer against Radoslav Wojtaszek. Radoslav is the leader, as we said. What do you think about the position so far happened on the board?
I think, when I observed correctly, that Radek still is in his preparation. He didn't spend any time, which is quite remarkable, because the line, it didn't look like it's such a topical line. I guess that already very soon he went to some new territory, but it seems Radek is still in his preparation.
And yes, it's true, we have 1 hour 19 versus 1 hour 34. Seems like Black feels pretty much confident so far here.
Yeah, but also it's a good sign in some way for Vincent that he's still in Radek's preparation, which means that he played the best moves, or one of the best moves.
And the position is correct,
yeah.
yes.
So probably objectively White should be slightly better with a pair of bishops. But also, yeah, it's not so clear how to proceed. I think now there's one major decision to take. Should Vincent play queen e2 check?
Okay.
I would assume it kind of forces queen e7 to exchange the queens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's at least one option to exchange the queens. Or should he do something different, like casa, and keep the queens on the board? So I guess that now Vincent is deciding, yeah, which move to play, and which one. It might not be that it's Radek's preparation. Yeah, like where can he play a good move and get out of the preparation? Yeah, to find the right mixture between the two.
Absolutely. Fair enough. Let's go on to the second game. Hare Krishna.
Yes, let's see.
Let's see the game between Hare Krishna Pentala and Romain Duarte.
Yeah, it looks like some Maroczy structure. Again, White should be slightly better, but the way they reached this sort of Maroczy, it was, yeah, kind of unusual, let's say. Because
Absolutely.
It was this line he played, it started with some normal Sicilian, and here Harry took with the queen on d4, which you're, of course, not supposed to bring the queen out too early, but of course there are exceptions to all the rules, and it continued in a way, because now Romain played a6 and preparing knight c6 to win one tempo on the queen, and now the queen went even to e3, so it's also kind of in the way of the bishop. But it's already visible what is the idea of Harry. He wants to set up this Maroczy bind with pawn to c4 at some point and knight to c3, and this is exactly how the game proceeds, and how they came to this sort of position which Harry had in mind.
And this is what we have. Reminds me a little bit of yesterday's game of David Anton versus Michael Adams, but okay, pawn was not on e4.
Yeah,
But the structure was more or less the same.
It was similar, maybe with colors reversed, kind of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So nothing concrete yet. Position is still.
No, okay. It's like all pieces on the board. White has slight advantage of space advantage, but also, yeah, it's a long battle ahead of us. And
Absolutely, absolutely. Fair enough. Let's go on to the board number 3. And yeah, Arkady Najic versus David Anton.
Again, we see a queen on a slightly weird place.
Yes. So there are some similarities here.
Yeah, there was also quite an early surprise, which is also maybe kind of the theme of the round, that they are trying to surprise each other as early as possible. I think b6 was the move that made Arkady think, and it's a very rare move, I guess, in this position. I mean, more logical would be to bring out this, to solve the problem of knight of e7 somehow in this position, yeah? Like he played bishop f1 back, and now to solve this knight, yeah? Like to push either d5 or to go with the knight to g6, something like along this would be the logical way, and Anton played b6. And yeah, now Arkady spent some time and he decided to play d4, which is not entirely logical to me, because it solves this issue with the knight on e7, because after taking twice, the knight finds a nice place on c6.
And attacks the queen.
Yeah, so somehow there was in general, one knight too much for black. Yeah, like he has one good square for the knight, it's c6, and both knights want to be there. So by this logic, he should maybe not exchange one knight, but of course, Arkady is a strong player, and he had some reasons to do so. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Alternative would be probably c3. I guess it's also very logical to prepare d4.
And this kind of setup, yeah.
But queen d2 is a very nice move, because it looks like it blocks the bishop, but
Looks absolutely weird, yes.
But Arkady already decided, I guess, to put the bishop to b2, so he wants to go b3 and bishop b2.
Probably c4.
Then maybe c4 and knight to c3, and then the queen looks very nice on d2.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's also hard to guess what will happen next. I would guess that both finish development, and yeah.
So it's kind of weird, but at the same time pretty simple and logical.
Yeah. It's only first impression that it's weird. Yeah, like if you would see the position probably in 3 moves, nothing looks weird anymore. Yeah. But yeah, that's also one thing that these strong players are very good at. Yeah, that they can estimate. What will happen, and they are able to make some weird-looking moves which are positionally sound if you look at it in the big picture.
Yes, absolutely. Right, so let's go to the game number 4, which is our favorite one. Let's see the game of Noel Studer versus Michael Adams. Okay.
Yeah, we see also the timings. It's like Noel has 1 hour 36, so 6 minutes more than at the start of the game. So it's no big secret that it's still preparation. And yeah, Michael Adams, he has a lot of experience in this line. He's usually not, so much into concrete move orders, but he knows like many plans, and he is now probably deciding between different plans. I guess he didn't see this position exactly, but he probably saw very similar positions, and he's trying to compare and to see the differences. And
so, are you satisfied with the preparation so far?
Yes, I'm satisfied with preparation so far, but also nothing special happened. The opposition is still fine for black, and yeah,
absolutely, absolutely.
But it's also, it's a nice position, many pieces on the board. A good fight is ahead, and let's see what will happen there.
Right. So 2 more rounds to go. How do you evaluate Noel's chances so far?
As I told you, it's a game by game, and it's, he's in the bottom half of the group, but it's still some. The tournament is, last 2 rounds depend if the tournament is good tournament or bad tournament. So it's no point in drawing any conclusions now, and just see what happens and then think about the result.
Chess players usually do not like to predict this kind of absolutely understand, but it's always very, very, very nice from provocative point of view to ask you
but
and the players.
it's really like if he wins last 2 games, it's very good tournament. If he loses last 2, it's very bad tournament, and then there are many things in between. Yeah, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's mostly with chess tournaments, because also first of all these last rounds they stick more in your memory. So if you end on a high note, you usually get better feeling, and yeah.
Right. And apart from chess, how do you guys rest after the games?
Yeah, Noel has a good schedule. He has a lot of rest, and he is trying to be fresh, because this is most important also. Yeah, I mean,
to keep energy.
It's one thing that you know your openings, your lines, but the most important thing is to be fresh and to have energy to fight, because the games take very long, and very often the crucial moment or the decisive part is like after 4 or 5 hours.
Maybe some sport or walking after the games?
There's some walking, and he also does some other things to relax, but maybe you can ask him after.
Yeah,
after
with a great pleasure.
Will...
Yeah, but I'm just maybe one more question to you, since you're a chess professional as well. Do you think it's important for a chess player to take a vacation, to cut yourself absolutely away from chess and spend some time somewhere on a trip, or even changing location? Do you think it's important, like taking the year, the calendar? You have tournaments, you have schedules, sometimes a lot of them. Do you think it's important to get, let's say, a week or something out of it, or you lose the rhythm?
No, I think it's important to have some rest, and also to have these periods where you're working a lot on chess and when you're working little. But it's also that chess is not just work, it's also a hobby. Like if I'm on my holiday, I will also do what I like, and chess is also part of this. So I have these times where I do less chess, but let's say completely without chess, it's quite rare.
Yeah, this is a fascinating thing about chess players, because they actually, the work is their passion, so you actually happen to do what you like.
Yeah, that's the greatest advantage of being a chess professional, that you can do what you like. And
all right, thank you very much for your insights. We hope to see you very soon in our studio, and wishing you a best of luck for these last 2 games.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and thanks to Dina and also to Marcus for his insights into the game so far. And certainly we're following some quite high-powered theory. I'm not sure if Marcus was not supposed to mention it, but the game between Studer and Adams is actually still following a game between Ding Li Ren, the world number 3, and Michael Adams from Shenzhen in China in 2017. And here, if Adams wants, he has the option of taking on b4 and swapping the rooks off and then playing rook a8. So something like this. Takes, rook a8. Occasionally this is a little bit better for white, but usually it's very, very close to a draw without too much happening. So this, well, I wonder if this looks absolutely fine here for black. And although Ding managed to generate some slight pressure, I don't think it was really anything much. So the question for Adams is, so can he, and if so, how can he keep the game alive? Because he doesn't really want to make a draw. He's sitting in 3rd place. He's 1 point behind Pentala Hari Krishna and 4 points, which is 1 win behind Radoslav Wojciech. So he really needs to get a win on the board here to have a chance for fighting for 1st place and the 10,000 Swiss franc first prize. We'll have to see how he handles it. He knows he's got something close to equality by swapping a lot of stuff off, but can he do better than that? Okay, Kamer and Wojciech, and we left it after bishop b4. And one thing I noticed was that white always castled in this position, and every single game in this line had ended in a draw, because black would indeed take on c3 and then castle, and there was just no good squares for the bishops, and black would put a rook on e8 and play knight e4, and the games would inevitably end in a draw. The bishops are good insurance, but against being worse, but still it was not inspiring. So after thinking for quite a while, more than 15 minutes, Kamer came up with queen e2 check. And I thought black would go knight e7 here, with the idea of taking on c3 and castling and so on, and rook e8 and putting the knight back on c6. And sure, you've lost two tempi with the knight, but white will lose at least one having to get off the e-file. But it turns out Wojciech was completely happy with queen e7. So I'm a bit more nervous about that, to be honest. Some of these positions as an endgame might be a bit harder to play than the ones with queens on the board. So if we take on e7, I presume black is planning to take with the king, castles, and then bishop takes c3. So let's say takes, king takes, we'll castle, bishop takes, and perhaps king d6 to avoid some checks. But this is not so simple. For example, we can play bishop b2, and there could be a check on a3, which could be quite annoying. So all in all, it's not trivial at all. And the bishop could also come back to d2, maybe not when the d4 pawn's hanging, but also go to f4 with check. And that could also be a little bit difficult for black. So I'm not convinced that this is really equal, as opposed to playing knight e7 and just not worrying at all. So in fact, after queen e7, white did decide to castle. And here, I presume he will play bishop takes on c3. Knight takes d4 is possible, I suppose. But it does look very, very risky, I have to say. So I think I would, what would I do? Take on e7? Do I have much of a choice? If you take with the king, I take on d5, so you have to take with the bishop. And now, I guess bishop takes d5 is still possible. And probably some advantage here. Yeah, it's so even if you try to swap everything off, white's got a few threats, knight e6, and it again feels as if white may be able to do something nasty here. I don't think bishop takes g7 will be good enough, but it certainly feels like with one or two accurate moves, maybe just rook c1, for example, or rook e1, threatening bishop takes g7. Because at the moment black can't castle because of the e7 square. So this is certainly interesting. After castles, Kamer is trying to make something out of very little. I don't like knight takes d4. So what about we take on c3? Because ideally we take on c3 and we take on e7. Oh, sorry, we take on e2 and we get the sort of position we wanted anyway. Black has time to castle kingside, also time to put a rook on e8. As I said, it's not quite the simple position I was hoping for, but black will get knight e4 in some of these positions with a bishop on e2, and I don't really see the difference. But because queen e2 and castles are new, Wojciech is deciding to think for more or less the first time in the game, well, we'll see what he comes up with. He only took 3 minutes on queen e7, but he's taking considerably longer now. So this, unfortunately, our big game, Kamer against Wojciech, is looking like Wojciech's job, he feels, is to shut Kamer down. And that's understandable because Kamer has 3 out of 3 with white in this tournament, none out of 2 with black. And in 2 of those 3 games, and arguably even 3, he's been able to generate a significant attack. So with this fixed pawn structure and 2 knights against 2 bishops, it is going to be hard to create something. So we've had one move by Adams after rook fb1, and he went rook a7. So he wants to be able to double rooks as soon as he swaps on the B file with AB4. And the reply was queen c2. So white is now thinking of some sort of e4 advance, possibly knight e5 first. But at the moment, yeah, you're leaving a lot of pawns behind. So it's not so simple. But yeah, here, is he going to take on b4? Again, it's a bit depressing. He could double on the A file, but that would really encourage white to not allow swapping on b4. And how do you do that? Well, b5 looks exciting. I'm not sure if it's working, but it might. So if you double rooks, can we try to exploit the fact that they're a bit weak there? So if you take on c5 here, can we go b6? Perhaps. And if knight takes, I'm looking at takes, knight a4. And that would seem to be pretty good for white, perhaps winning. You don't have time for knight. Well, you don't have time for anything, actually, because the queen on c2 means that the attack on the bishop is a double attack. Okay, so there is no time at the moment for Adams to double, which could mean he should swap rooks and rook a8, but then the queen on c2 is slightly better than on e2, perhaps. Probably doesn't make a huge difference. So Studer is keeping that little bit of pressure up. Neidich and Anton, we've had quite a bit happening here. Okay, after knight c6, queen d2, queen c7, white went for c4, which looks perfectly normal. And after c4, castle, sorry, no, right, oops, sorry, after c4, he played bishop d6. So I think his aim is to control the e5 square. White can try f4, but there is a possibility black will go e5 then. Yeah, it does weaken the d5 square though, so I'm not convinced by it. But certainly f4 is by far the most tempting move here. Now, you could then do something weird, like bishop b4. Not that I'm convinced this is good, but after knight here, you could take on c3 and force a recapture with this pawn, but I don't think that's really a problem. The bishop on c1 can come out to a3. c4 might be a bit weak, but not seriously so. So I think that could work out well for white. So bishop d6, if you can play f4, you should, I reckon. Yes, it's quite weird. Even in this line, you might even be able to take with the queen, because queen takes f4 is answered by queen takes g7. And that feels quite, oh, sorry, queen takes f4 is impossible. So queen c3. Now this whole line's silly. Bishop b4 does nothing. Bishop c5 check. I can't see a real advantage in that. So I'm not sure what Anton is trying for. I'm looking at things like bishop c5 check, but I fail to see why they're causing any problems at all. So I don't really like bishop d6. It's active, but it encourages white to do something white was probably going to do anyway in f4. So, okay, that's that game. Let's try Hari Krishna and Romain Edouard. And we left it with the queen back on e3, and Hari Krishna decided he'd probably better throw h3 in as well, which seems sort of reasonable. So bishop g7 and c4. So this is a similar position to the knight h1, but black's bishop is going on g7, knight c3, rook d1, knight d7, rook b1. So he wants b3 as well. I'm not sure about that. b6, bishop b3, bishop here, bishop here. So right now, this position is really nice for white, except for that knight on f3, which has nowhere to go. And I believe Dina, who's been down at the playing hall, is ready to join us. So Dina, what's news?
Yes, hello Ian, hello everyone, thank you. I am back from the live studio, and we had today once again our favorite guest, our most loyal guest, Grandmaster from Austria, Markus Rager. He shared with us some thoughts of his, and that was very nice having him in our studio. Yes. So first of all, I asked him about how did it go yesterday, because the game for Noel did not end up that well. It was a pretty interesting position, and I believe last time that we discussed it together with you, Ian, we were pretty sure that it would be at least draw for black.
Right, and after move 40, it got worse and worse for Noel.
Yes, and it was interesting to see his insights, and honestly, it was nice seeing Markus rather happy about Noel's position on the board of today against Michael Adams. At least the time clock showed that the preparation succeeded. I guess this is the most important part of Markus' stay here.
Indeed. And Markus was also mentioning the Adams game, but not mentioning that Adams had actually played this exact position before at the point where he was looking at it. And it's hard to believe that would have not been in Marcus's preparation with Studer. So
perhaps these were some secrets, that
he might have been bluffing a little bit, yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, I saw judging by his face that there was something good happening there for both of them.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's a position where you get a very decent position with very little counterplay for black. I'll go back to that Adams game because, it was around here after bishop a6. This was and queen c2 was Dean Lee Ren against Adams from 2017, and Adams had to work hard to make a draw, and I think that he's managed to improve on that a little bit. Here, if b5 is not good, b5 is not good at the moment. If you could swap rooks, it's even conceivable that black could take back with the queen and invade on the a file, but a more normal move might be you can't play queen b2 actually, so you'd have to play queen d1 or somewhere like that to cover the a file, and honestly black could go rook a3 and only black could be taking the initiative. So I suspect that all the rooks are going to get swapped off on the a file fairly soon. I've seen some positions where black's queen's invaded and done a good job, but really, although black's technically got the good bishop, it's very, very hard for that bishop to get anywhere really useful. So this one you'd have to suspect will end up sort of petering out to not very much. But as I say, black has won these positions occasionally. White's won them more often because white has that little bit of pressure. So Hari Krishna and Edward was the other game that seemed very interesting. Okay, we left it just before Dina joined us with bishop b7, and I was just saying that this looks fine for white, but I don't have a good square for my knight on f3. This is the only real problem. I can play things like knight d5, maybe then I can get knight d4 in, but it feels as if it's going to be some sort of Maroczy bind where the dark squared bishops come off, and normally that favors black. So bishop a8 played. It looks like Eduard is preparing b5, knight d5, and he takes the opportunity. So b5, take. Well, at first sight, you could take on b5 and play queen c3 check. But I think after knight e5, there is no real problem. Let's have a look. Take, queen check, knight e5.
Knight e5, and if I take, you take with a pawn?
With a pawn, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the good thing for you is that the bishop on g7 is no longer there, so no bad pieces.
It's true. I wonder, I mean, f4 is possible.
Still.
Then maybe e6 should be quite okay for black.
e6 taking on e5, taking on d5, e6 check, knight f6.
And queen f6. Queen f6.
Queen f6, okay.
And I think I'm safe, yeah.
Yes.
The line we're looking at, by the way, is takes, f4, e6, pawn takes, e6 check, queen here. And because white's queen is not protected, black gets time to save the knight on d7, and that should work out okay. However, that's by no means what Hare Krishna played. He simply played b4. And if you can get this sort of position, it's often quite good for white. The point is, if he takes on c4, you take with the bishop. If he tries to knock your knight away, you'll throw queen c3 check in. Well, in fact, you don't even need to. So pawn takes, bishop takes, e6. You can probably just put your knight on f4 here, because if you grab the pawn on b4, we have queen c3 check when we need it. Although that's not clear because queen f6 at the end. But d6 is hanging as well. And it's complications that should favor white, but I'm not totally convinced by them. The knight on f4 is not perfect. But if you go back to c3, maybe then take on d6 later. It could be good. And remember, the a6 pawn will be weak as well. So black is reluctant to exchange on c4. You could play knight e5, for example. I don't really have a good square for my queen, unfortunately. I mean, what are we going to do? I think we have to take on c4. And again, that poor pawn on a6 is a problem. I don't like bishop a8, to be honest. I think the whole playing b5 plan creates some commitments for black before he's really ready for it. So it should be a bit better for white here. It usually is in this sort of position. Okay. Let's see. Knight-itch. Whoa, after bishop d6, h3 played.
By the way, may I ask you... Yeah, excuse me.
Yep,
may I ask you... we did see this position with Marcus, and it was very interesting. Queen d2 is not that natural, but okay, it's if you look at this position later, it seems more logic. And what is your opinion? And maybe perhaps what does the theory say?
Well, queen d2 is quite common in the queen takes d4 lines. That is when you play queen takes d4 and move 4 in these normal Sicilians. If you can play c4 and queen d2 and b3 and bishop b2, you're usually a little bit better. And here, the reason for bishop d6 was to disrupt white so much that white never really had a chance to go b3. And certainly here, well, after h3, black needs another aggressive move to prevent white from consolidating. And even now, if black just castles and white tries to play b3, you can play bishop e5 if you want, and probably swap off that dark squared bishop. So maybe knight c3 is okay. White would like to play knight c3 and knight d5 in a lot of these positions, but again, because of the bishop on d6, you can probably just take and go knight e7, and you're okay. It's black certainly can castle, and there are some positions where you do, and you play bishop b7 and you play f5, and you can get some sort of kingside attack. But it's not always that easy. But I think it's the plan to go for here. So let's say castles, knight c3, bishop b7, b3, f5. And okay, maybe you could play bishop here, planning to take back with the knight. And this is really messy. I don't know. Should we play f4 and get the e5 square for a bishop and a d4 square for a knight? Or should we take on e4 and play bishop f4 and try to attack? Though I think white's pieces are pretty well placed to withstand any attack. So this is not so scary for white. It's the sort of forcing line you can play, and at the end of it, you sort of regret that you've done it because you've only helped your opponent.
That's true.
Wow, so Wojciech, our big game came of Wojciech, and something we didn't expect after white castled, queen takes e2, knight takes e2, and castles queenside. So he's actually not swapping off that bishop on b4, which I'm not so sure about, because white's knight could easily go to f4 and to d3 and then to e5 or c5. And I can well imagine that could work out quite well for white, remembering, of course, that white has no great pressure on his d4 pawn. The black bishop is quite a way away from attacking d4. So, and it's true, black can go knight e4 whenever black wants to, but can you just take and d5? I'm not sure. Maybe black is okay here too. So black is getting ready for knight e4 because it's the only active plan, and at least it has knight d2 coming up in some positions.
Right.
If you knock the bishop away with a3, I'm thinking about d6, but I'm also thinking I could just go bishop a5 and go to b6 and tie white up a little bit more. So that could also be a decent plan. So actually, Wojciech's position looks absolutely healthy. Yeah, although white's got the bishops, it's really hard to know what to do with them. Yeah, I can try bishop c1, bishop f4, but unless I can get my other bishop to h3, that's not really going to work. I think I'll start with a3 just to find out where you're going, and then change my plan depending on whether you go to d6, when I might go knight g3, for example, though that doesn't look so great. Or if you go back to a5, I might even think about, I don't know, rook d1. Yeah, probably bishop a5 is annoying. So he did play knight f4, which was the natural move, and then came rook h8. So he doesn't need to play knight e4 yet, so he's decided not to do it. If knight d3, I wonder if he's just going to leave his bishop there and say that white's just made 3 moves with your knight, and you're going to get the same position we could have had if we'd taken on c3.
That would be very interesting to see.
Yeah, so if knight d3, maybe we just go knight e4 or something like that. But black is going to play knight e4 almost regardless of what white does here. So if you didn't have a love for the 2 bishops, then you'd say black is slightly better here because black's pieces are more active and black has more progressive ideas. But the long-term advantage of the bishops makes me lean towards white in the long, that if things stabilize, eventually white might be able to use those bishops. So to be honest, with this sort of fixed center, there'll be a lot of positions where it'll just die a natural death, just the bishop's unable to make any entries. So I think Wojciech's plan of shutting Kaymer down has worked very well. And we're actually going to see how well Kaymer can handle an endgame where he's not sure whether he should be pushing for a win or playing for equality. And some of those are very, very difficult to play. So a test for him.
Let me conclude once again. For now, these two pairs of bishops looks like very passive, but you are still convinced that on the long term, there will be the way to activate them, right?
Not necessarily, but there's the potential for it. So, for example, if I get to play g6 and knight e4 and f5, I could imagine that knight will actually have to be swapped off at some point. So, no, I think it's not the right sort of pawn structure for the bishops.
Yes.
If it weren't for the bishops, then white would be a little worse. But the bishops are fantastic insurance. Yeah, you can get opposite colored bishops in some positions, and you can just not lose in positions where you stand slightly worse.
Okay.
And I think that's what Kaymer should be happy about. Yeah, he probably shouldn't push too hard here, but he definitely shouldn't be seriously worse because he's got the bishops. But we shall see.
Bishops is enough to equalize more, yes. Than...
Yeah, exactly. When you're a little bit worse in a queenless middle game, the bishops are a really good insurance against getting into serious trouble. You can easily lose a bit of space or get into a little bit of trouble, but it usually can be liquidated off to a draw, and that's what I think will happen here.
Okay.
Okay, we have Studer and Adams, and we have definitely had some liquidation. So some rooks came off the board. White played Queen C1, and now it's up to Black to decide whether he wants to go Queen A8 and keep the A file, or whether he's got something else to do. Queen A8. Is there anything exciting like B5? Doesn't. Oh, Queen A8, B5 could be good. I don't know. Let's have a look. Queen A8, B5. Because if you can't play that, then Black is absolutely fine. So take on C5, B6, Rook B7. Do we take? I guess we do. Maybe you take with the knight though.
Or bishop even. Bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Oh yeah, that. I was looking for some discovery, but yeah, bishop. You're right. So this
bishop is
not
protected,
working.
and we have 3 attacks on the b6 pawn. It only 1 defense.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. If White doesn't have well, hang on. Do I have a quick Rook A1 or probably doesn't do anything? No. Okay. So this is not working, which makes me think that Queen A8 is a good move here to try to play for a small advantage. The other possibility after Queen A8 is to take on B6 first, knight takes, and then play B5. But so here knight C4 is probably okay actually, but yeah, there could be something small here for White. I'd like to go C5, but I think knight E5 and knight C6 will be annoying. So I don't really want to have to take back on B6 with the knight. I could certainly swap on C5 and play Queen A6, but I'm handing an open file to White. Maybe it's not worth much, but I would rather have the only open file. Of course, here if I play B5, it's liable to lead to something a bit drawish, I'd say, after Rook A1 and those sort of positions. Well, White can get knight E5 sometimes, but usually it doesn't do much at all, and you can't double attack the pawn on C6, so most of the time these are a draw. I've seen White occasionally make some progress, but really only occasionally.
In this case, he would have to prepare F3, E4, I believe.
Possibly, yeah. Or perhaps F3, G4 and H4 and try to use the extra space. The problem is that when you jump in with knight E5, usually Black can just take it without any problems.
Okay.
And then put the other knight on D7 and then say, okay, what are you doing? Then White's knight could get D4, so it's occasionally a bit better for White, but most of the time it's just nothing. So still no move from Anton, by the way, which is really surprising. He's been thinking for ages, but we have had a couple of moves in the Hare Krishna game, and the position has clarified a lot. After b4, takes, and b5 was, a5 was played. And that does look really ambitious, because if we get a pawn on b5, I suppose you've got a c5 square later, but actually it feels just better for white. Just, your bishop on c4 is not great, but maybe one day you can put it on d5. So after a5, I'm not really worried at all. So b5 was played. I'm really happy to get a position like that. And then came knight e5, knight takes knight, and he took back with the knight. Okay, so in an ideal world, he'll have knight d7, knight c5, although that might allow e5. So knight e5 played, and how should white play now? Well, the bishop is sort of hanging. You've got queen c3 check and f4 if you need it, but that would lose the pawn. So bishop e2 is the obvious move. And probably black would take the knight and go queen b6 or something like that. Those sort of endgames are probably fine. So how do you avoid that? If you play queen d4, he's just got f6. Oh, probably he hasn't, because knight to f4 is really strong. And if you take on d5, we can actually take back with the bishop. And that looks quite promising, though again, queen b6, it's hard to see your pawn going anywhere.
And if I play e6, you just go back to... Oh, where do we go?
Good question. I think I'll...
Back to c4 here, or c6, that's...
Let's go knight e3. Oh, then queen b6.
Oh, you mean this one.
Oh, no, then d6 is hanging.
Yeah.
So, but so is e4. So it's not so easy. Yeah, queen b6 might yet be playable. Unless I decline the swap and go queen c3 and keep the pressure up on that knight. But it's a funny square for the queen. If I take and... Oh no, if I don't take, if I start with f4 after queen b6, that could be very good. Take, you have to take here. I take back, and there's a lot of black pawns in trouble. You might be able to play e5 and get the e4 pawn later, but it doesn't look great. I reckon that's just better for white. So, okay, so big decision here for Hare Krishna. The natural move, the one he'll want to play, is something like bishop e2 and then just take on d5 with the rook and not get a pawn fixed there. But he's gone all the way back to f1. I guess that's logical because you don't have to keep g4 under control. So he's going to take on d5. Maybe you can delay it, but there's not a lot of point delaying it.
What I find impressive is that it looks like such a easy game for white, real like stable advantage, easy plan, and you don't understand like you don't see any perspective here for black.
Yeah, I can dream of taking on d5 and putting my knight on b6, and I could even be better in some of those endgames.
Really?
What you've got to be careful about is, or maybe knight d7, knight c5. Again, I would need to play e5 to stabilize that knight, and I don't think I'm going to have time. Because, yeah, you're right. If I take on d5, there's lots of ideas of rook c1, rook c6, and that sort of thing.
And even if you get your knight on c5 and stabilize e5, you will have your d6 pawn weakened. So in this case, you will have to have your knight on d4, the only option. Otherwise,
Well, I may be able to
h6.
play knight e6, knight d4 later, but I suspect I can just put a rook on b6 and I'm not going to lose d6.
Okay.
I'm more worried about losing a5 with queen a3 move or something like that in
But
those
in
sort
this
of
case, yeah, in this case, we would have like white would have first of all this passed pawn b5, and also probably open the second front, something like pushing f4 f5 or h4 h5, and attacking on the both links. And I don't see.
It's true, yeah. Black would probably want to take queens off, but actually Black has played 97, so it's clear he wants to get to c5 as fast as possible, or maybe b6. Okay, the rook on b1 doesn't have to stay there anymore, but rook c1, knight c5, rook takes knight. There's no big discoveries, but there is knight c5, e5, which looks good after rook c1. Okay, let's see. Let's get a generic position. Rook c1, bishop takes knight, although I know we could have done it earlier. And here, I just don't know about rook takes. Rook takes, I can get hit by knight b6. So let's say pawn takes and knight c5. That stops me playing rook c6, which would have been a key idea. And I just don't think this is working very well for white. You're probably right about attacking on the king side. So h4, queen d4, rook c3, and swing over to the other side.
Usually it's a dream
'Cause
position when you play against dragon for white.
I'd like a few more pieces on the board.
Okay.
And but I like the fact that Black's normal defense would be to play just knight d7 and knight f6. And here it's more difficult to do because your queen side's so bad. So I wonder if you can answer h4 with just h5. If white plays g4, you can go rook h8. It looks okay. So black may be okay here. Which means that maybe rook b. Well, he's played rook bc1 actually, but it may mean you want to take with the rook, and I like that as a more stable version. I'm not fixing a pawn on d5, so positionally it's a bit better, and it means if you play knight c5, I might get e5 one day. Of course, you can go knight f6, but I will have the c6 square eventually, and the bishop on f1 is doing a good job. So I think he's going to take back. He's taken on d5, hasn't taken back yet, but you would think he will take with the rook, just to prevent knight c5. It's also possible to take with the queen, but it doesn't look very clever. So I could play queen d4 check, trying to lure the knight to f6 and then take with the pawn and play rook c6. But honestly, it all seems very elaborate. After queen check, just move out of the way and queen takes. Hasn't really gained white anything. So black's queen is probably headed for b6. And it's this sort of position, queen b6, where I'd love to go rook c6 quickly. I guess I can't just yet. But I can't see a really good square for my queen. Perhaps a3, or does knight f6 win something? So yeah, I don't have the squares I would like. I could swap, but you'll probably take with the knight. It feels as if I should be better here. Hare Krishna's spending a long time. So actually everyone's having a bit of a think. So let's take a break for a few minutes and have a listen to another Huga song.
third knight of 6 has not been analyzed till made. How long will he sing this burden song? How long, how long? 'Cause tonight we still must fix the Grunefeld tonight. I made my engines work like horse. I was supposed to move before I win by force, but Kramnik wants it done his way. It is not fair, but he is forcing me to play. Endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames. We have spent 2 months along to face D4, but second game this youngster won. I had been fighting well until the queens were off the board. I tried my best, but still. Endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames. How long will he sing this burning song? How long, how long? 'Cause tonight we still must fix the Grunefeld tonight. Tonight, 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 tonight. Wipe my tears away. I must find another line, having white instead of drawing all the time. My folks are trying to convince that 4th D3 is fine, but where is my 4th win? I will keep on changing queens, lose and try to get revenge by any means. I am still the strongest force. Should have won, it was an accident because endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames. Endgames, bloody endgames.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you, Ian. That was one more very nice performance of a very talented musician and artist, Hugo.
Yeah, I noticed in the video there was a book of endgames that I'd actually had to study at one point. It's 5,000 endgame positions, and the two of the people in the in the most recent video, the Evergreen Game video, were involved in that book to a greater or lesser extent, because it was sort of called the Polgar Book of Endgames or something like that, with a lot of involvement from Laszlo Hazai, who was also in the video, who was a trainer of the Polgars, and also my trainer briefly. Well, not that briefly, but he was taken by the Polgars when they became when they wanted him as a full-time trainer. So yeah, it's actually a really good book if you're prepared to have a look at 5,000 diagrams and try and solve them. It's challenging. It's not as much fun as Van Perlo's Endgame Tactics anyway. Okay, your idea, by the way, Dina, was played by Hari Krishna.
Oh, really? That's very...
He took with the pawn knight c5, and he just went straight with rook d4, headed for rook h4. And now black has to make a decision. Do you play some move like e5 and weaken your pawn structure? Maybe take back with the knight and just be worse because of your d-pawn? Or do you allow rook h4 and hope that you get some e5 move coming later? Because after rook h4, at least you can go h5, and it's not so easy to break through. We'd like to go g4. Or maybe, oh, hang on, no, I'm wrong. So if let's say you play a neutral move like, what is a neutral move here? Queen b6, let's say. So rook h4. If you go h5 immediately, I think I can take, check here, take here, actually king here, yeah, and now rook to c4, and that looks like mate.
Yeah, looks like finished.
So this is already a little bit scary. So Romain has to be careful. Of course, you could always play rook h8 when I go rook h4, but after queen h6 check, your king's stuck on g8 and your rook is a bit stupid on h8 for a while. Now, maybe that's only temporary, but it doesn't look great. It is weird how that black can play like that, but because of that knight on c5, there aren't any open files at the moment. So I can imagine that it could be solid enough. Okay, so king g8 played. Oh. Can you really do that? Rook h4?
We start with or queen h6.
Yeah.
I guess the only way is knight. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, queen h6. Because, well, h5 is not that good, but yeah.
Okay, rook h4, h5. I take it and I win.
Yes. So
both are possible. I guess both are going to be answered by knight d7, knight f6.
And it looks like the only option to defend.
It is, but when I get two pieces on the h file and you play knight f6, unfortunately my d5 pawn is under attack, so I don't have time to go rook c6.
But you do not threaten to take it right now.
Oh, it's true. So I could start with rook c6 and then protect it, yeah?
And my idea was probably rook c3 and then rook f3, rook takes f6.
Which won't work as long as I've played rook e8. It won't be mate. But it's okay. It's very, very tempting here, isn't it? So okay, let's try rook h4, knight d7. So queen h6. Or do I start with rook c6? No, I'll play queen h6. So knight f6 and rook c6.
And rook c3. No, we don't like.
Rook c3, I don't think it threatens anything. My problem with rook c3 is, let's say, rook c3 here. I'll play, let's say, I don't know, queen b6, rook f3, rook e8. Is that really scary or not?
Okay, so if I take, you just go to the e7 and...
And you check again, and I go to d7.
Aha. right?
I'm not saying this is so great, but it looks reasonable. I mean, I'm not getting mated. And queen b6 may not have been the best move, of course.
Yeah, I should try with g4, g5, but yeah, it looks a little bit online blitz, more like.
Yeah, a bit slow, yeah. But once you've got this, it is sometimes very hard to get out. I wonder if, if rook c3, the other move I was looking at was rook c8. Same sort of idea, but with rook c1 or something like that later, or some rook moves that might swap off some pieces, rook c5. But okay, this is at least scary after rook h4. Is it, you've got something else maybe. After rook h4, maybe the idea is f5 and rook f7. And I don't know, can I somehow demolish you here with a quick d6?
Interesting.
I don't know, maybe you can even take with the pawn because you've got d5 all the time.
What if bishop c4? Queen e6? We have seen so many equality sacrifices during this tournament. But okay, I have a rook hanging. I don't like it.
This is not the greatest one, yeah.
Yeah, and if I start...
Oh, it's been hanging, yeah. Well, in fact, after rook c5... Oh, yeah, sorry, this is all right, yeah.
What if I start with queen h6?
Okay, rook f7.
And... Okay, now I cannot... Okay, let's start with d6. You take...
Sorry, you take d6?
Yeah, probably not here, but before queen h6, yeah.
So you want to go rook takes first?
Yes, d6.
But this doesn't seem like enough. Also, here you've got rook b7 if you need it sometimes too.
Right, yeah, right.
So, I mean, I can take d5, but no, not with h4 hanging. So, okay, so the direct attack is not so convincing. It's scary, but maybe you can do something useful. With the rook on d4, it's possible to go h4, h5, and if h5, go g4, especially with the king on g8 and no rook h8 to come. So maybe h4 is a good idea here. Of course, black will probably take back with the f pawn most of the time. But I'm even thinking about some g3 and bishop h3 if I can get it.
And you can always just leave this pawn on h5 because you will have this idea of h6 and threatening the mate on g7
sometimes,
one day.
Yeah.
So again, this position looks like completely one direction. Either white finds some winning chances, or in the worst case, it will be draw. Yeah,
but one direction did break up, so I suspect that it's not going to be perfect forever. Yeah, I just feel as if at some point black is going to be able to swap some pieces, and if you can, some of these knight against bishop endings are going to be nasty. For example, I don't want to play a4 because it ties my rook down to the pawn, and also it leaves the b3 square a bit weak. Okay. For a later knight b3. So although I'd love to put my bishop on h3, I may need it on f1 to protect b5 because I don't want to play a4. Yeah, it feels really nice for white, but I'm not surprised Hari Krishna is having a long think. It's not quite his sort of position. Normally, he's got the positional advantages and his opponent is the one who has to counter them. Here, black has some of the long-term prospects, but white has the attacking prospects. And it's up to Hari Krishna to find a way through here. I must admit, I do like rook h4, because if black has to go f5, I just get the feeling it's not really the move you want to make. We could even go back with rook d4 and play h4, h5 then as a possibility. So maybe h4, maybe it's very, very hard to know. Anyway, you're right. White's a bit better, but it's not a permanent better, if you know what I mean. You have to do something with it. Yeah, otherwise, it could dissipate and you could even be worse. So occasionally in these positions, black can maneuver the queen to g7 or h8 and actually come out that way. But right, so f5, rook f7, queen f8, queen g7, something along those lines. And then with the threat of queen e5, it can turn out to be quite good for black. So I wish I could find a way to get rid of that knight on c5, because if I had this position with the rook on c6, I'd be really happy. I believe that the a5 pawn could become quite weak. You'd never be able to break out with e5 or e6, but I'm dreaming. I haven't got it. So.
And we already have the moves.
Rook h4, f5. Okay.
Yes, that changes a little bit the direction of our analysis. And he's about to make a move once again. Let me see. He's touching the rook. Rook.
Back to d4 again?
Yes, back to d4 again.
Right. Okay. And they can't hear us in the playing hall, can they?
Normally they can't.
So unless he's got very, very good earpieces. Okay, so, and then again, why would he want to take our advice anyway? But okay, so he's forced a small weakness in f5. And that's a bit of a bonus. And it makes h4, h5 a little bit stronger.
Absolutely.
So here maybe queen e8, queen f7, queen f6, or rook f7, queen f8, queen g7. Either way, it's going to be hard to mate that king with the queen over sitting on g7. But of course, if you bring your queen over, maybe your pawn on a5 will become weak. So that's actually a downside of moving your queen away towards the king side. So yeah, you do have some worries. So maybe we should check out another game. How about a big game? Kama and Wojciech. So we left it after black castle queenside, knight d3, bishop back, rook c1, king b8. Not too much going on. Rook d1, knight e4, which is the move we had been waiting for a long time. g3, so yeah, bishop g2, but it means you can play f3 and maybe bishop h3 later, but rook e7. And the problem is if you ever play f3 and the knight goes back, then the e3 square is going to be a bit weak as well. So I really doubt that this is anything at all for white. As I say, you shouldn't lose a position like this, but it's going to be hard to find a good plan. Really hard to find a good plan here. Black can just sit tight. D5 is fairly well covered. Maybe there's some knight C5 move, but it doesn't seem to do much. No, it looks absolutely fine.
Knight C5 would be a nice plan, trying to somehow provoke taking and activating the bishop, but I guess it would be only in dreams.
Yeah, you leave it alone, don't you?
Yeah.
Oh, but then knight A6 check is threatened. So after knight C5, we actually have to attend to that.
I
but
guess
it's easy enough to...
If you manage to, like, once you put the knight on c5, and if you manage to get some activity, sooner or later this knight will be very, very nasty, and you will have a will to take it off. And in this case, it will be a pretty nice plan actually for white.
Yeah. So after knight c5, I'm planning to play king a7, and then if you double on the c file. That could be interesting because then there's knight takes b7 ideas. Oh, but it's very hard to double on the c file because rook c2 is answered by knight b4.
And what if I try to bring my pawns up like a4, b4, bishop a3, and then somehow b5, taking activity?
Okay, so b4 isn't on the cards for a while.
Yes,
so
a3,
yeah, a3. Okay.
Or even wait, maybe like it depends whether you move your pawns or not. Otherwise, I was thinking of a4, bishop a3, and then b4.
Mm-hmm. If you go a4, I might just play knight b4 and a5.
Yes, that's what I don't like.
and then you have to find a way to get something to b5, which could take a long time. I like a3, b4, but not that b5 is a threat for a while, but the question is, what is black doing? Actually, black could be doubling the rooks and playing knight g5 at some point and trying to get to the 7th rank. Could be a bit annoying. So, oh no, d5 is hanging, so maybe not that plan, or not for a while. Okay, so at least knight c5 is active, so Kama has something to do to try and activate his bishops. So we did have a move here by, if we go back to the Hare Krishna game, Edward played a4 and the response was h4. But now the queen is free to come over to the king side. It's because the pawn on a4 is safe and it wasn't in some other lines. So here, h5, I can't believe you'll take it, but queen f7. And that's the sort of thing that I was a bit nervous about. Now, the queen on f7 encourages me to take on c5, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Yeah, but actually after queen f7, I'm struggling to find a big attack for white. Really struggling. So yeah, the only thing I can think of is if we wait for queen f7 and then play some sort of sacrifice. But so I'm thinking of some waiting move, queen f7, and then rook c5 and rook takes a4. I don't know what to do as a waiting move. Let's say h5, I suppose. So queen f7, and now I'm thinking about take, and rook a4. To play bishop c4, maybe queen c5. What do you reckon?
Yet one more quality
sacrifice.
Yeah. That seems pretty tempting, actually.
Yeah, actually, well, I don't know why I'm even waiting for you to play queen f7, because if I take immediately here, now you could sacrifice back on b5, but it looks very dangerous with rook a7 at the end. And I've got these queen checks as well. This, because now, yeah, if you put your king in the corner, I'll play rook a7. So, and if you play rook a8, I suppose I can swap and go bishop c4, and probably white's doing very well there. So I've only got one pawn at the moment, but I might be able to get two, and he has done it. Well, he did spend a lot of time on that. And I can't imagine queen e8 was the main line, or this a4 and queen e8 was his main line, but he's really going for it. Remember, Hare Krishna has won his last two games, the previous one with black against Wojciech, and now he's trying to beat Edouard, who is the tail ender, and he's really going for it. So black must be reasonably fast here. If you leave white alone, white will move the rook, play a4, a5, and you'll simply lose on the queen side.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so rook a8 is interesting. But I suppose, yeah, take, bishop c4, we looked at that. It looks really dangerous. Really, really dangerous. Unless you can play queen a4. Okay, let's have a look. Rook a8. Take, bishop c4, queen a4.
Mm-hmm. How about check? Queen e6?
So I guess I go to h8. And then perhaps you just take on e7, yeah?
As an option, yes.
The other idea was a queen e5 check.
Yeah,
but I think you can play king g8. because my bishop's not protected.
I actually wanted to play bishop b3 and then d6. This was the idea.
Yeah, I'm worried about c4, but maybe I shouldn't be.
c4 cannot because the queen is... it depends where to put the queen.
Yes, very good.
In this case, you will need to
D6.
play queen b4 if you want to play c4. But again, I will just have queen e6 and takes on. Seems such a easy position for white.
Yeah, monster position. Yeah, absolutely. So what a good plan he had. Sorry. So our main line was, our position is take, take, take. Gee, I think Wojciech will be looking on nervously at this one because Hari Krishna currently in second place will be only half a point behind Wojciech if Wojciech draws and Hari Krishna wins this. Okay, he did decide to give back his material straight away.
Yes.
And that's really understandable.
A little bit pity because that would be interesting to see once again how quality down can be actually strong.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to take that immediately.
Don't you?
If take rook a7, I can imagine that's pretty good. But you could play rook a7 first. And that could work out quite well. So the only thing I'm fearing is rook b1. So, okay, rook a7, rook b1, rook e7, I guess. And probably we're winning. Yeah, if you take on f1 and queen b5, I just run away to h2. And if you move your queen, other squares, I've got queen e6 and queen e5. So you probably have to go to b8. But I can't imagine that's really going to work. Although you do have a threat of rook b1. It's a bit rook f1 and queen b1. Could you get a perpetual there? Maybe. So so not taking back on b5 is also a bit risky.
That position that that you had on the board, you didn't like for white, right?
That final one. Well,
it looks pretty dangerous. What if I just go for the d6? You want to attack the bishop.
Yeah. I want to.
Okay.
Play like this, and this was my problem.
But you cannot go away with this, like king e2 or like even queen e1. It looks.
Queen e1, then I lose my d pawn. Queen d3 and queen takes d6.
Okay, sorry, I will not.
So I have to run.
Yes, but
I really have to
should be able to run.
So let's give a check here.
Yes, king e3.
Check here.
And king, just cover. I give you back this pawn and I go on g1. And it looks like, okay. But still, now I will have queen e1. So king g1, king c1, queen c1, and queen e1.
Queen e1. So how is this? Take, rook d8, rook d1, c4. It's going to be an a-pawn endgame. So, but probably a good one for white with f5 played. So the black king could turn out to be quite bad. And also there's some chances white will actually get a rook behind the a-pawn. So I would say that's reasonable winning chances. Maybe not as much as Hari Krishna would want, but after take, I guess we go rook a7 anyway. And now I've lost the game. Check, king here. Check. My rook's hanging.
Yeah, you win the rook.
So that would be a bit sad. It means I probably have to start with queen e6 check. If you go rook f7, I've got, that looks really good.
You just have rook e8 there, and then queen e5. King h6.
Yeah, you run away.
Right, like, once again,
it must be mate.
Looks so much winning for white. Like, you have so many options.
Doesn't it? So what about rook g8 maybe?
Or
no, you can go queen checking, queen e4. So, it's close.
You have even rook b8 to start with.
Okay.
Yeah, like many options. Wait, we are not in a run for something like we can... Okay, here you activate your queen, but...
So, at the moment, I'm not actually up in material, which is a bit sad.
When comparing with the other position, yeah. And if we go back for a while, like a couple of moves back.
Yeah. So in this position, it may be, well, if Harry doesn't find a good move in this position, then he'll really seriously look at rook a7 to start with.
Yes.
Which it actually feels even stronger. Just because I think the line we were looking at. Well, okay, we don't have to play Queen e6 at all here. For example, what can we start with? H5 maybe? Although that's not so simple. Yeah, I'm a bit nervous about rook takes f1. Checking h8. Okay, can we mate this way, or are you really going to get a perpetual? Checking here. I was wondering about queen d7, but I don't see how that stops you getting the same perpetual you got last time with queen d1 and queen g4. So, yeah, I just... I have a feeling this is winning, but I just don't know how to do it.
I'm pretty sure that there are several ways, and just a question of being precise in your calculation, finding the most solid line. But
to be honest, that's where I always fell down. I would play moves that looked like they were going to win and not actually have the patience to work through and make 100% sure that 10 moves down the track, it really was winning.
Yes, actually, we had yesterday Harry with us for the offline post-game analysis, and I asked him about that endgame that was already. He said that it was already winning so far, and throughout all the way. And when I asked him about that f5, I guess, yeah, and the position that we analyzed with 2 pawns, you remember in the queen endgame. Yeah, and he said again that, yes, okay, I saw it, but I didn't want to, and I knew that it was winning, but I didn't want to convert for like 2 more hours. So
Exactly, yes. So he took a few more risks, but he calculated it well, yeah.
Well, actually, he said that there was even no risk. Like, okay, it's a risk calculating taking your time, indeed. But judging by the position, he said once I get my knight on e7, there is absolutely nothing white can do because he can never take the knight because of the same reason that we had analyzed together.
Absolutely, yes. So
I'm pretty sure Harry knows how to make those choices when you have different nice options and you need to find the safest and the easiest, at the same time the one that will not take away all your energy for the last round.
Yes, it's true. Though, yeah, I mean, the game became winning for him when the rooks came off, and the real question for Wojciech was whether he could keep them on under any reasonable circumstances. Okay, there's been a little bit of action in some other games, not as much as we'd expect. The Kama-Wojciech game, White did not jump in on c5 yet. He played g3, rook e7, and h4 first to stop any knight g5 ideas, and then came knight b4. Aiming to get rid of that pesky knight. So if knight c5 now, presumably we can just take on a2 and stay a pawn up. And here, yeah, it's looking very, very close to equal. Once knight takes, bishop takes happens, there's no real entry squares for White. The bishop on f3 is good, the bishop on b2 is bad, and it's hard to turn that bad bishop into something even reasonable. And you're not even going to win if you get a bishop against knight position. So Wojciech is quite safe. Maybe that knight c5 was necessary because the more you muck around, the harder it is to do anything.
And they did take both on b4.
Did they?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. They took on b4.
Judging by, yes, that's we now have the most. They both took.
And they're only at move 20. Kamer has just under half an hour left. I don't think it matters too much. He's been trying to create something, but really there's not much here to do.
Also, the position is quite simple. It's an endgame, so this time should be not that trouble.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit nervous that at some point after Black's played, say, g6 and f5, there'll suddenly be knight d2 when you're not looking, and you'll have to allow rook e2, and then things might turn bad in time trouble. But definitely White should be able to avoid that. But right now, the bishop on b4 is a real hassle, hitting the e1 square, and you don't really want to play a3 and b4, because that makes your bishop on b2 even worse. So I actually think Black's got whatever small chances there are, but they're genuinely small. So for example, if you took on e4 here, you may actually be able to draw, but it would be extremely hard work after, say, rook takes e4. With the bad bishop, probably you can even draw the bishop endings, but they wouldn't be a lot of fun at all. Okay, let's have a look at Studer against Adams. Adams, who really ruined his chances yesterday with a loss to Anton. He's trying to fight back and do something with the black pieces. He did play queen a8, and White is just maneuvering, so is Black. In a way, they're both waiting for someone to capture to help them on their way. After knight c7, well, we could take on c7 and play rook a1. That looks very drawish. So I don't think Adams has got any genuine winning chances here. So this one is also looking like a draw, which of course will suit Hari Krishna down to the ground if he wins. And this one, yeah, it could blow up at any moment. Knight against Anton. Anton needing to create something with Black. Okay, rook d8. Does he want a quick d5? It's hard to know. So actually, they've got a fairly normal position. There is no way White will swap on c5 here, because after pawn takes, Black's knight gets the d4 square. So rook c1 looks logical. Knight e5. Black's actually thinking about an f5 move sooner or later. And I think that's why Knight has gone into a bit of a think. If you go f4, we simply go knight g6, and suddenly the f4 pawn's a little bit weak. Actually, we could even take on e3 and play queen c5, and that could also be embarrassing. So, no, all in all, it's developing for Black. White's position doesn't have a lot of potential, especially if you can't go a3 and b4 quickly. And Black at some point will hit you with f5 and then open up for everything. So this is a challenging position. And Anton has all the prospects. He may not be better, but he definitely has the prospects. So
it looks like a very much improved hedgehog for Black.
Yes, indeed, because you haven't played d6. So you get this occasionally from a can variation or something similar. But you also get it from some bishop b5 lines of the Sicilian. And, well, actually, this was one. Yeah. And here, yeah, I would rather more minor pieces on the board. I think that would increase Black's chances. But even so, f5, taking back with the rook. And you really can't play g3 to support the f4 pawn without allowing problems on that long diagonal with the bishop on b7. So, yeah, it can be really, really tricky. You might want to play f4 and take on c5. No, that allows queen takes check. So there's nothing easy here. Even knight a4 to get rid of the bishop you may not even be threatening to take that bishop. So black may not be worried about that at all and may just go f5. So all in all, we think it's a bit better for black. All right, lots of moves in the Hare Krishna game. And Hare Krishna after, in the position after rook b5, he did play rook a7 first, and then came rook f7. So can you go d6? Looks scary with bishop. D6, he's worried about rook b1. So you can get a passed pawn, but you can't mobilize your bishop to help it.
But he did actually take on b5.
Yeah, he took on b5, so that's safer, I'm sure.
He took on b5 and then rook a7. No, wait. He took on b5.
Okay, he's still not a pawn up, but he could take on e7 if he wanted, because the d pawn could be really good.
Okay, let us have a
And
look.
right now, remember, there is a threat of queen b1 and queen b8.
But that looks like winning, no? Rook takes e7. Even if you take a2 pawn, my pawn will be faster. I actually now threaten some. Well, maybe nothing concrete if you go to h6, but looks super dangerous.
Well, I'm thinking of swapping rooks queen e6 and going d6. It's just a simple method.
Yes. So what black can stand here?
Yeah, it's hard to know. No, it looks great. It really looks great. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to play d6 here and set up a mating attack, but you go queen check and queen b8, and suddenly I'm pinned all over the place. So that's likely only equal. But rook e7, that is a queen ending I think that Hari would be happy to play. The d pawn is super fast, and the black king is unsafe, so you've always got checks, and the white king is reasonably safe. There's still prospects of a draw if you can get a queen c1 check in, but white should be able to cover that with a queen e5 check at some point and then keep pushing. So Hare Krishna is close to having a winning position here. Pawn up in a queen ending. Well, a pawn up doesn't matter. The advanced passed pawn that can't easily be blocked really does matter. You can't even swap queens. All the pawn endings will be winning for white too. So all in all, very, very good for Hare Krishna. I guess he's looking at, is there some trick with d6? So let's have a look. Check, king here, queen b8.
You do have some tricks.
Yeah. Rook d7. Take, and what have I got?
Queen e6.
Yeah, then queen f8.
Maybe zugzwang a4 or something.
And queen the pawn, a4, c4.
Takes, yes, takes. Just
takes on c4. Ah, okay, yeah. Right.
Zugzwang.
Yes, that does look good. So a4. Well, let's move our king. Let's say.
Okay, a5.
Okay, you're keeping that queen a bit trapped. Okay, so we have to take and go king here. a6.
And now just a6. I think I'm even faster at this point.
I'm trying to get some sort of perpetual. You never know.
Yes, but I guess I can just let me find something safe.
Yeah, I don't like with the white queen on d. Hang on. Yeah, if I had my queen on b7, I would have a g3 move. So what if I start with? Oh no, g doesn't work. You hit
Why
the F
doesn't
pawn.
it? Why doesn't it?
G3. I just queen d4 or something like that.
Queen d4. I was thinking of queen b7.
Yep. And
d5 you go.
no, I'll go c4.
You
Oh no,
do
then you go
c4.
king g2 and you win. Or do you?
c4 I can even go a2. Well, yeah, a7.
No, then I play queen takes pawn check.
Sorry, excuse me. Yes. Well, there will be still king h3 and then king h3 and then queen f1, queen g2.
a7, queen takes, king h3, check.
Queen g2.
Hang on, no, maybe not maybe you're okay here, yeah. f4.
You're trying to make it work. Yeah, this one is correct.
So unnecessary risks, I must admit.
Yes, pretty sure there's plenty of options here.
Yeah, but that makes me think d6 might be a tempo too slow. Yeah, because this, well, I don't have.
Yeah.
I just was wondering if I could play the same queen ending, but with taking with the rook on f7 and taking on d6. Is that? But this is going to be hard work.
Yeah.
I mean, if c4, queen d4, check and a5, but I'm not absolutely convinced I'm going to get there. So okay, instead I think
will go
rook
for
e7.
a5. Yeah, but okay. Anyway, rook e7 looks really nice. And easy.
It does look good. Yeah. So quite a few moves in Kamer's game. Some pieces are coming off the board. Knight b4 played. Knight takes, bishop takes, rook c2. He swapped these pieces off. Another rook check. He'll probably go back because I don't think I want to go king d8 and allow bishop g4. So he'll probably go king b8 here. Although rook c7 is a pretty drawn position as well. So it depends what sort of a draw he wants to make, really. Is he actually trying to achieve something, or is he just looking to swap everything off? Both look absolutely fine for a draw. So I'm not too worried. Studer, who was half an hour ahead on the clock, is using up a lot of time, by the way, after knight c7, but still hasn't moved. And Knightage still hasn't moved. And he was ahead on the clock too, but he's burning time. So let's stay with the Hare Krishna game because he has played rook takes e7. So this is the queen ending that he wants. So I doubt that you can avoid... Can you? Well, there's queen c4 here, but no, it looks terrible. I think I'll start with rook e8 or something like that. But even d6, there's no checks or anything like that. So no, that's not working. A check and taking on a2 looks disastrous. You're making the black queen offside, and you're also making the white king safer. So that looks really, really good. What else can you do? Hard to see any idea here. So yeah, I'd say this should be a matter of technique for Hare Krishna.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you.
And he's behind on the clock, but that's not going to help Edouard. Edouard's been playing quite quickly this tournament, but not always that well. He's only lost the one game, but he's had a lot of draws. Sometimes he's had to grovel for them a bit with black. He was well beaten by David Anton with Edouard having the white pieces. And here he's just been suffering the whole game. And he looked like he had built up the perfect blockade with knight c5, but this a4 move was very careless and immediately jumped on by Hare Krishna. That was the impressive thing about rook c5 and rook a4, that it wasn't an option available on the previous move, but as soon as it became available by black playing a4, Hare Krishna concentrated on it. It was the forcing line and very quickly decided to play it. So it was just really good judgment. Okay, if you could have a position like this most of the time, you'd absolutely go for it. Yeah, here, well, what can you do? There's not a lot. If you try to hit the h4 pawn, I'll often play just g3, maybe after swapping rooks, and that usually doesn't. Well, f2, g3, h4 is the perfect pawn structure for a major piece ending, whether it be a rook ending or whether it be queen and rook ending. If you've got that, it's very hard. If say your opponent doubles on the 7th, you just put a rook on f4. In a queen ending, there's no perpetual checks, and well, I'm waiting to see if this will be confirmed in the new Boris Gelfand book that's coming out on major piece endings. So that threatens to be a very good book, and I'll find out if he has any other ideas about the pawn structure. So there has been a swap here,
And queen b1.
really now queen b1. Okay, run away. And now queen e4, maybe?
Queen takes a2 just happened on the board.
Oh, okay. So
must be winning, really, like d6?
yes, well, queen takes c5 is absolutely safe.
Okay.
Extra pawn in a queen ending.
Yeah.
And he may well do that, but he'll be calculating d6, because if d6 works, then
because
he doesn't
d6
have
like
to worry about it.
absolutely, and even if queen f2, you have queen e8 check, queen e5 check, and just d7. Well, you have queen h4, king g1, no checks. So you control d8, but I'm pretty sure that will not last long.
Okay, let's try d6.
Just for our curiosity.
Okay, well, the first question would be queen f7 here. Presumably answered by queen c7.
Yes, threatening d7.
But you're saying queen takes f2 is answered by two queen checks, yeah?
Well, the question also is, do you threaten anything? Like, you threaten queen f4, king g1, queen c1. So you want to annoy me somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, so here you can take on h4, king g1.
Yep.
And
should be winning.
Yes.
Queen e8, and there will be no perpetual.
Absolutely. Even queen d5.
What if I put my king on h6 though? What if I
Okay.
hit on h6?
In this case, I will have queen e7. No? No.
Oh, you want to play the queen f4 check. So okay, so we get this position, and now let's try pawn up, for example.
Okay, I always have checks by my side as well. Something like my dream would be queen e3, queen d2.
Yeah, so queen e3.
And queen d2.
If king h5, queen h3 wins.
Yes.
So king g7 is forced.
And queen d2.
And you want queen d2. But then I go queen d8.
Okay, but...
And you're not making progress. You need to say it with checks, I reckon. Not so simple.
Maybe I have g3.
I think I'll go queen d8 anyway.
And
or maybe queen f6. Probably not winning.
Let me try queen e8.
Queen d4 check.
And king g2.
Queen d2 check.
Don't say you have perpetual there.
Queen h6. Yeah. Okay, this is not so simple. Let's come back to queen takes a2.
Well, in the worst case,
maybe
queen takes c5. It's super solid, and at the same time, even theoretically speaking, there is no defense here, is it?
I think so, yeah. And Well, I'd prefer the pawn to be further away from the black king. There will be some positions where black will be able to swap queens and actually stop the pawn and not lose the pawn ending, because white will have to play g3 as well. So you will easily get the pawn on g3 and pawn on d6, and black will often play things like king f7 and try to get close. And if you check it away, you lose control over that f2 pawn. So it's not trivial. Not trivial at all. But okay, you may as well play it and then start thinking later. I don't know why Hari Krishna is using so much time on queen takes, a move like queen takes c5. I guess he wants to calculate d6. And if d6 works, then yeah, maybe things will be going okay. We've had a lot more moves in the Wojciech game, by the way. And they have simply swapped a whole lot of pieces off. Check. So Wojciech has got that bishop ending I mentioned, which is not going to be anything at all, because
one weakness is not enough to win the game.
Yeah. So we don't want to take on hang on, we don't want to take on g6 because you take back with the
F pawn.
F pawn, and then we've got a problem. But we also don't want you to stop and play king f5. So has he just made his life a little bit tricky? Instead of just playing h3, king e2, f3, and sitting around waiting. This is a little bit careless. So he did take, the f pawn took, and then he went bishop c1. So I can imagine his idea is to answer h5 with a move like king g3 to keep the black king out at any cost. And that's probably going to work. And if you play bishop c3, I can go bishop e3. But he is making life a bit hard for himself, but okay, it's still a draw. Absolutely still a draw. So we've had a move by Studer against Adams, and it's not what would be expected. After knight c7, here, white just played bishop g3. And I'm not exactly sure why that is useful or necessary.
Yeah, we don't see any clear plan for white to make progress here, unfortunately, for Marcus Rogge.
For Studer, yeah. No, maybe it's more stable there in some variation, but it's very hard to see a variation where that's useful. Very hard indeed. So I guess Adams is thinking now because he doesn't know what the idea is.
Sometimes it can also be just to kick the ball on the other part of the of the ground.
Yeah, just to ask black what he's doing.
And also to economize some time.
But the easy way to do that is just to press your clock and not make a move. Not strictly legal, but then that way you don't ruin your position.
And you can economize even more seconds because you don't need to move anything.
That's right, yes. Okay, we've had a move from Wojciech. It is bishop back to e7. It doesn't really seem very useful after king g3 and f3, because the black king can try to get to the queen's side. I wonder if it can get close. Probably not. The black king could get to b5, and after bishop d2, there might be some attack on the d4 pawn, but it's hard to believe you actually get through there. But it's worth trying. So after bishop e7, maybe bishop f6, and then king across to c6, and at least try to make white's life a bit difficult. And it is a bit difficult, actually. You're going to have to be reasonably precise here. So Adams got tired. Adams finally decided to take on c5, which is eminently reasonable.
Wasn't b5 better for white at some extent? Oh, sorry, for black.
Black playing b5.
Yeah.
I think he was worried about knight a5, and suddenly you're tied down to your c6 pawn, and
A little bit too
you haven't
passive.
really got the a5. And then we switch with e4, and then you could run out of space. But okay, so he took on c5. Normally you would take back just immediately with the b pawn, but maybe here there's something different. If you take, you could take with the knight to stay a bit more active. That's also possible. But I don't think he can go wrong. Even d takes is probably not that bad, although the risk is that your opponent gets e5 in, and even that, when we reply e4, who knows what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
So, but I think either b takes, yeah, b takes is just natural, but maybe knight takes, so you get rid of one of the pieces that sort of clog up your position a little bit. He has taken with the b pawn. So now he doesn't have his knight a5 move. That's something. But also the knight on d7 doesn't have a lot of prospects. So what to play here?
Still
Rook
a little
ace.
bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
a little
we've
bit.
got to... Sorry, go on.
Yeah, just general assumption, a little bit, not enough of space for black again, but a little bit better after taking this pawn, and seems to be pretty absolutely equal.
Yeah, it's close to it. I don't like that knight on c7 because it ties the rook down, but then again, yeah, it also ties the knight on c3 down because otherwise we get knight b5 for free. White usually only gets an advantage here if white can go knight a4, knight b6, and I just can't see that happening around here. Yeah, if you can go knight, well, maybe the plan is to take all the major pieces off and then go knight a4, knight a5, and that sort of thing. And then you can be slightly better. So maybe rook a1 is a threat. But it's a very modest threat, even those endgames don't look so scary. Okay, we have had a few moves also in the knightage game, and we left it after knight e5, white played knight a4. So instead of allowing white to take on c5 with the knight, giving over the bishops, he just took and played f5. And, well, you don't have a lot of choice here. You can either go f4, or you have to take on f5. We've had some more moves in the Hare Krishna game, by the way, so a few requests on that. After queen takes c5, queen d2 was played to keep queen f4 check up your sleeve, d6 and king f7. And how do you make progress there? This is the question, because if your queen leaves control over c1 or control over f2, you've got a big problem.
Can we try queen c7?
Yeah, then we have to decide, are we... Oh, hang on, d7 will be strong then. So you have to go king e6.
Queen,
okay.
Queen e7.
e7, but then queen f4 check becomes a problem.
Let me find something here. I'm pretty sure, like after queen e7, you go king d5.
But if we keep our queen on the c file, okay, d7 is not working, but yeah, we have to stay on the c file. In fact,
yeah.
Okay. I don't want to go to e7 because suddenly queen f4, queen c1 becomes a drawing idea. In fact, I'm not even sure about that queen check because I was on a good square already. But I suppose I need it. And what about queen c8? Sort of one of these study-like moves.
Nice.
So it doesn't really matter where your king goes, I don't think, because I want to play d7. And is there a perpetual here? I doubt it.
Because now you control c1 square.
Yeah, and if you take on f2 when I queen, I control h4. Or is that enough?
Can I try
Or
No.
queen e8 first.
In the worst case, you can even make a knight promotion.
That'll do. And then there will only be one check. And there won't even be one check. I'll make a new queen.
Yes.
So
Oh,
that's winning.
Black's absolutely winning.
Yeah. So queen c7, you can't go to e6. But if you go anywhere else, I've got d7. And if you go king f6, queen e7 is mate. And if you go to g8, then d7, and you have no checks at all. So I think he's winning. But if he had seen it, he'd probably have played it already. If he saw this queen c8.
Yeah, that's true, absolutely. But at the same time, he has enough time on the clock, and
yes,
he just wants to avoid all the potential blunders.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've got other moves here.
Absolutely.
But I don't know exactly what they are. Maybe g3 and king g2, and then play your queen. But I guess king e6 is threatened. So you've actually got to be quite fast. Yeah, it's not so simple. So maybe you have to find this. Yeah, maybe it's the only way, which is one reason he's probably going to find it. Okay, we have had a result, by the way. Our tournament leader, Radoslav Wojciech, did draw with 15-year-old Vincent Kaymer, and we did get the bishop ending we were sort of expecting. Really not too much going on here. I think actually White might even be threatening f4, f5 and trying to get his own passed outside pawn. So that seems to liquidate fairly well. So when they got to move 40, they agreed to draw, and Wojciech keeps the tournament lead. He cannot be caught, but certainly Hari Krishna can move to within half a point of him if he can convert this queen ending. So, and Kaymer overtakes Adams, but as long as Adams doesn't lose, then he's definitely ahead of Kaymer. So that's it for Kaymer's chances of winning the tournament. But okay, still no move from Hari Krishna. It's hard to believe this is actually winning if he didn't play it yet. So what are we missing? Queen check. So king g8 d7 is definitely a draw.
May I ask you, would we like to invite those players who agreed on draw for an interview, or it's perhaps the game was not that active?
Maybe ask them. I mean, it was an interesting opening idea by Radoslav, and Kaymer couldn't make anything, so it's probably worth. Yeah, okay. I think it could be an interesting interview. The second half of the game's not interesting, but the first half was quite an interesting concept, I think.
So let me come back to the live studio and see if I can bring the players on live.
That would be terrific. Okay. So king e6, queen c8. Is this what I think it is? So you could put your king other places rather than f7. So king f7, d7, queen f4, king g1. Incredible, but it's winning. So I really think that's a forced win, and it's absolutely baffling that Hari Krishna hasn't played it yet, which, as I say, probably means he hasn't seen it yet, but I would be really surprised if he didn't keep looking and eventually find it. Okay, Knight and Anton, and Black has played this f5 move, and now Knight is thinking, and he has just about caught Anton on the clock. Anton was way behind on the clock for much of the game, but you can tell that this is going to be tricky. So f4, Knight g6 already looks quite promising for Black. So I don't suppose White really wants to play f4, but it may mean he has to take on f5, because if he lets Black play f4, then there's a lot of potential with that knight on e5 and g5 and that sort of thing at some point. So maybe f3 first, the traditional nail in the knee. So queen d4 played. So that at least is threatening the b6 pawn. which is a pest. He's giving away e4 in exchange for b6. But if we play bishop takes e4, f3 might be annoying. And if knight c6, we move our queen back and the bishop on e4 is trapped. So this I think is the trick that Knightish wants. Knight here, queen back, and you win that bishop on e4, and there are not enough pawns for it. So queen d4 is super tricky. I like it. So we'll soon be having an interview with both Kama and Wojciech, who has firmed as favourite to win the tournament now. So we could take with a pawn on e4, but then queen b6 looks okay. I suppose you could swap and go d5, but it's very messy. Okay, Adams has made one move, and Studer is now thinking, and that move is bishop f6. So he wants to play e5, I guess. Because he's put his bishop on g3, he can think about f4, but in the long run, that really turns his bishop into something horrible. And one day, maybe a black knight will turn up on f5. Might be tricky to do so. So I'd rather play rook a1, perhaps. Allow e5 and just swap some pieces off. Yeah, it does look okay. So let's pass over to Dina, who is starting the interview.
Welcome back to the live studio. We have very first result for today. A game between Vincent Keimer and Radoslav Wojciech has just finished in a draw. We have players here. Could you please show us some insights, perhaps the first part of the game, because the second one was less entertaining?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't expect this knight e3 from Vincent, that he will repeat what we actually played in Blitz. But even though I spent like 5 minutes and I found this interesting line, a6, and this is all theory, at least it was yeah.
Bishop d6, it's just
Yeah.
in our position.
Yes, but after, but here you can also go d takes c5, bishop c5, and okay, it's
then tempo down, I think, to the normal.
or tempo up.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. Because after bishop e2, bishop d6, dc, obviously it's a different idea, but I saw that this move is quite interesting. And here, instead of queen e2, of course, I prepared short castle, and after short castle you can either go short castle or you can take on c3, but it's a very strange move if you take first and then short castle, because it seems that white is not really in time to exploit this those bishops, especially that I go some knight e4 sometimes and so on, so black is active, even though it's not so easy just to give those bishops, and you know. So also after short castle you can go short castle, but then you have to deal with knight a4. So that's what I would actually do. And now some rook e8 with some playable position. Maybe white is slightly better, but as a surprise I thought that I will do. This will do. And after queen e2, okay, it's hard to say much more about the rest of the game, because the only moment I thought that I didn't really know how to proceed was this one, because I didn't.
Yeah, right there. I thought about 95 actually. I mean.
But 95, 94.
Yeah, and
go
knight c4.
Yeah, I go knight c4.
Yeah, this is the problem, I think.
Yeah, this is bad. But even if not knight c4, here. Yeah,
no, yeah, this is I think
here I
important.
have knight c4 because it was also possible here. If you would go knight e5. Then I go the same, but here even I have knight g4, because H2 is
Yeah, and I think
hanging,
here
as
even
well as
d4.
Yeah,
Here even d4 maybe. d4, dc, bishop c7 also is not
probably.
that.
Yeah, possibly as well. So, but I thought that here after h4 the only way to continue maybe was to go f5, but I wasn't really sure what I will do next, because f5, some king g2, h5, white progresses, and I didn't really see if I'm playing for something more, so I thought that okay, that knight b4 is the way to simply end the game. Yeah, and this of course there's not so much to say. Yeah.
All right, pretty nice variation so far as well. Radek, you are leading the tournament. Tomorrow is the last round. Do you feel any pressure?
Well, it's okay. I mean, it's not as easy as it might be if I wouldn't lose yesterday. Which in ideal world shouldn't happen. But okay, I still have a decent chance, and we'll see.
Okay, Vincent, you're on the fourth position. What are your expectations for the tomorrow's round?
Yeah, I mean, I think it will be a fight. I mean, everyone will be fighting because still a lot can happen in the last round. Yeah, I mean, there are 4 points for the win, and I think a lot of exciting games tomorrow.
Right. Thank you very much, and very good luck to both of you for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back, and thank you to Vincent, thank you to Radislav, and of course thank you to Dina for that brief analysis of the game. We have had some excitement in the Hare Krishna game because we thought there was a win there with Queen C7, but instead White played a very funny move, F3. The idea is Queen F4 check to run to H3 when there are no more checks. There are things like G5 to try and set up mates, but maybe you don't have time for H6 and G5 in that sort of position. But it's a very unusual way to make your king safe. And of course, the next question is what happens after King E6. But I think he's then seen that you can go Queen C8 check. So it's quite curious that he saw this trick, but he didn't see it by Queen C7 check first. And that, well, F3 might still be okay, but yeah, because Black's king can't right now get close to the pawn, but it feels as if you should be able to somehow. So how about, yeah, the problem with Queen F4, King H3 is I can't go to the back rank. I'd like to go Queen C1. I could go G5 and get some position like this, but I'm pretty sure Queen H5 is not going to be a perpetual. I can go Queen D5 or maybe even Queen H4 is trickier, and then bring my queen in somewhere. But I hate the fact that my king's suddenly exposed. Luckily they're very close to move 40, so Queen F4 check has not happened yet. Hare Krishna only has 8 minutes left for his next 3 moves plus 45-second increment, and Edward has over an hour, which could be used around now. So he simply put time pressure on Hare Krishna, and the pressure of finding a forced win was a bit much. By the way, Studer has probably made his position significantly worse after Bishop F6. He went E4, allowing pawn takes, knight takes, and now knight B5, which was the move I've been wanting to play for quite a while here. So if I can get one knight on B5 and one knight on D5, life's going to be a lot of fun here for Black. So at the moment, D4 is hanging, and well, I guess you could protect it, but there's Rook A4 coming in a lot of positions. So maybe you have to take on F6, and then it's simply great knights against not great bishops. So the E4 was a really horrible positional choice by Studer in a position where nothing much was going on. He wanted to create something, he just made his position worse. So I would be very surprised if this isn't now a long and difficult defense for White. Your knight on b3 is badly placed unless we go grabbing on d4 at some point. We've got rook a4, we've got rook a3, we've got rook a2. You can no longer just offer swaps on a1 because the d4 pawn is so weak. It is really unfortunate, but that's the first really bad positional decision we've seen Studer make in this tournament. Normally his judgment is very decent. And the knight-edge game, we have had that exchange that we expected. So after f takes e4 played, queen takes, knight takes, and here, do we play d5 or not? If we could get d5 and d4 in, I could imagine it would work quite well, but I'm just not very convinced by it. If you take, you've got rook c7, maybe then rook f7 is okay. So perhaps, well, if that works, then you might as well play it. Okay, and he has played it. The other thing I was wondering about was takes, and f3, but that's just answered by d4. And black should be better. So Anton is doing well here, I think. The other problem with swapping pawns on d5 is that black may have rook f6 at some point, and that knight on b6 could be poorly placed. So c5 just looks wrong. After c5, I'm very tempted to go bishop c6 first, give you the a6 pawn, and then start pushing pawns in the center. Though maybe after c5, I could play d4 anyway. And then, depending where the rook moves, I might be able to put my bishops on some square that's even better than c6. So maybe d4, d3 is good. So this is serious problems for knight-edge now. His clock is better than Anton's, but not a big difference. But Anton's got such an easy plan, and the knight on b6 is offside. Unless you could use it to hassle, say, the a6 pawn with knight a4, knight c5 or something like that, then it's going to be out of play for quite a while. So all in all, I'm beginning to like black's position a lot. And if that's the best that knight-edge could find after f5, then maybe black's position was better than I thought. But of course, you could always take on f5 and play that sort of position. Studer is now thinking, but it's too late. He's ruined his own position. And, well, you can avoid losing material by taking on f6, but every black piece will be well placed then. So it's not at all promising. One idea which could work quite well for black is takes, bishop e5, and now I was even thinking of knight d7 with the idea rook a1, take, and knight d4. And although that knight is not permanently frozen, I would expect that black can probably play f6 and bring the king up pretty quickly. So white's king has to hurry to get to d3 as fast as possible. But even when you get there, I would expect black to already have some ideas on the king side. So let's try. King here, f6. If you take, we'll get e5 in. So probably you want to go, f4. Take, king f7, king here. Oh, actually, I've let you get a bit closer than I like. And that's a bit annoying. So maybe black has blown it. But so maybe king up here is better. King e1, king g6. And yeah, the black king is entering the game very, very fast, and black will win. So after knight b5, well, what is Studer going to play? I don't know. Oh, by the way, knight-edge has swapped on d5, so take. Just a reminder that Edouard has an hour left on the clock and therefore is unlikely to move quickly in the game against Hari Krishna unless he finds something that is a clear draw. So Hari Krishna has made his life a bit harder than it needed to be, but he probably is still on top. And that is really all that counts as long as he wins. Oh, a surprising move by knight h, rook b3. So I guess he's looking for some discovery by the knight. Of course, we can always go rook f7. So maybe you could start with rook f7, although then there might be a bishop c4 at some point. So if you go d4, the move will be knight c4, and you might actually be losing, probably not losing material, but it's close. So rook b3 is really clever. Just when black thought he was taking over, I guess rook f7 is a good move here. And then not so easy for white. Knight a4 looks possible, but then perhaps it's time for d4 and knight c5 and bishop d5 or something along those lines. Give away the a6 pawn, but get your pawns moving as fast as you can. Could still be good. So yeah, rook f7, but rook b3 is avoiding black getting a spare moment to push the pawns. You're definitely trying to make black waste time. And okay, right now d4, knight c4 looks yeah, looks decent for white. I mean, knight takes bishop d5, probably a draw, but black might be slightly better, but it won't be much. So let's see how we go. What else can go? Not too much else. I think rook f7 is forced. And Studer, how long has he spent after knight b5, which he should have seen a while ago? He's already spent 9 minutes, and I'm sure he's thinking, what have I done? The local boy has had so many decent positions, but in this position, black is not threatening anything. E4 played takes, yeah, you could take on c7 first to avoid knight b5 maybe, but I guess he was always expecting knight d5 and failed to realize just how strong knight b5 was. And this is the position they have, and I just don't see a move. Because rook a4 is coming. You have to take on f6, but it's truly horrible. Knight d6, trying for tricks somehow. No, it looks like the d4 pawn falls anyway. I just can't see any tricks. Studer will be desperately hoping that there is one. But no, it's bad. Okay, rook f7 played by Anton, and the reply immediately came with rook c5, and that is holding up those pawns. So that's quite clever. And black's got to find something to do, and it's not easy. I guess rook e7 covers the knight, and then you can start pushing your pawn. And actually, the rook on c5 is a little bit awkward because it means you can't go knight a4, knight c5. If you go rook e7, white will be waiting for d4 because white wants to pull back with knight c4 and swap some pieces off. So, but rook e7 looks like it has to be played. But clock times, by the way, 27 minutes for knight h20 for Anton. So really not a lot of time trouble. The time limit here, as I haven't mentioned today, is 40 moves in 90 minutes and then 30 minutes to finish after move 40, but you get 45-second increment, which is quite generous. Not as generous as Gibraltar used to be. They used to give you a 1-minute increment, but certainly 45 seconds is ample for not getting into serious time trouble. And the reason for the 45 seconds is the plexiglass between the players, because it can be quite tricky to reach over to the back rank if you need to, and you certainly wouldn't want to do that if you were desperately short of time. So all in all, it's well, just good for Adams. good for Anton and good for Hare Krishna. Whether any of them can actually win is the big question. And it's, well, if I had to back someone, I'd back Adams first, because he is just so good at converting this sort of positional advantage. I'd back Hare Krishna because I think he's probably still winning. We have had a move from Edouard, and it is Queen E1. And okay, that doesn't just threaten to take on H4. It also includes a threat of Queen E5 check in some position. So that is clever. So does White have a forced win here? Somehow I doubt it. Queen C7, and we can go to F6 then if we want. No, we can't. Well, we can, but Queen D8 looks really good. If you go to G8, I could check a couple of times, but I'm not sure where I'm going. And yeah, so is there another just useful move like Queen D4 that might be good? Queen D4, yeah. Well, if King E8, I can give a check on H8 and pick up 2 pawns, and that should be winning. 2 pawns with check. It definitely will be winning. So that might be the go. If you have to play Queen E8, you should be losing then. So Queen D4 is the safe move. He did play it. Queen D4 played. Okay, with that played, and I think Hare Krishna on the road to victory, we might just take a short break for a few minutes. So see you all back for the moves leading up to the time control.
He played Caro-Kann. His rating was higher, but from move 17, the king's side was mine. Took my chances fast. My rook was a knife, and my almighty queen, a beast on H6. His bishop was small, with no time pressure. I'd crush him once and for all. I gave up my good night, but that don't mean a thing. He has more experience, but I won't lose again. Oh, dear. at a slightly advantage. I had nothing but my dear Capablanca. You tell me we learn more from our defeats. Who needs victories, right?
Welcome back to the penultimate day of the Biel Chess Festival, and we're watching some very dramatic games here with the favourites doing well. But Hare Krishna, while we're away, after Queen E8, played by Black, he miscalculated, I think, because he can play D7, Queen D8, and if the king comes across, White will win all the pawn endings. White need only play King G3 here or King H3 and H5 or something like that, and he will get his king in and win the pawn endings if Black tries to come across. But instead, he played Queen E6, Queen D5 check, and after Queen E6, is he winning this ending? So take, King G3. I think we're at tempo. Maybe he's still winning anyway. Maybe he calculated it right. Because after king takes pawn, king f4, h6, we go h5. And that's very important. So he has to go king e6. And after king g5, king f7, king h6, king g8, h5, that should be game over. The only way you can stay alive is to play king f7 here. But I think after f4, you may just lose a pawn one way or the other, and it will be lost. So Hare Krishna is just breezing along here. In fact, maybe he should play f4 first instead of h5, because that forces king h8, and then h5 is completely winning. Yep, and in fact, after f4, he will win. So, and Edward has resigned. So Hare Krishna has won. So my apologies for thinking he'd miscalculated with Queen D5 check. After Queen E6, he's still winning that pawn ending. Well, he was going to win one with D7, but this is more efficient, actually. So that was a fine game by Hare Krishna. If we go back, the critical moment came when Black went A4. I don't think White was going to go A4 anyway, but he wanted to get that pawn off the A5 square in order to bring his queen across. And after H4, Queen E8, he immediately went takes. And all of a sudden, there's ideas of Rook A7, Bishop C4. Edward tried to give the material back, but another good move, Rook A7. And after Rook F7, take, Rook E7. And he won the queen ending. A few little nervous moments, but this should be winning, and he found a way. Here, apparently, Queen C7, King E6, Queen C8 is what we found that looked pretty good. But his method, swapping off, not D7, he didn't play that. He played Queen D5 check, Queen E6, and take, King G3. And we just don't have time, I think, for H6, G5. Let's see, H6, King F4, King F6, D7, G5 check, take, King back. King back here, King E3, E7, F4, G4, and King here. Well, yeah, we can do it any way we want, and we invade on E5. So it's winning even after H6. So yeah, an excellent decision to play queen d5. And of course, if the king goes to somewhere like f6, then it looks like d7 is going to be game over very, very soon. So, well, Hari Krishna wins his third game in a row. He takes his total to 32.5 points, half a point behind Wojciech in second place. It's been very, very impressive. So we hope to have an interview with Hari Krishna quite soon. But he really did play just an excellent game today. And yeah, in the end, the queen ending turned out to be sort of almost unmuck-upable. And he found a nice way to win it. There were probably simpler ways, but that doesn't matter. Okay, while we're waiting for that interview, Naiditch and Anton. And Naiditch, after rook e7, played rook b4. A curious move. Curious indeed. Sure, you want a blockade, but black's going to go d4 anyway, isn't he? So what's his trick? Knight c4, we just take and run away, probably into the corner. Maybe there's some back rank tricks, but okay. Perhaps maybe this is the idea. So pawn up, knight here, takes, bishop, oh no. I just haven't found the idea because there's no back rank for quite a while. No back rank tricks rather. And that pawn is going to be a monster. So, I don't trust this. And I don't understand why Anton, who's slightly short of time, hasn't pushed to d4 immediately, but he has now. Okay, so he has now played d4, and this is the position we have. Studer against Adams played queen d2 to protect the d pawn. I think the idea is rook a4, knight c3, and that's quite clever. And maybe you can hang on to your d pawn a bit longer. So yeah, knight c3 is the plan. And if rook a2, you can play rook b2 and take back with the queen, although then queen a4. No, you can still hang on with knight c3. So yeah, Studer is finding a clever way to keep Adams at bay. It doesn't feel sufficient. I should also mention, by the way, we had a win by Hari Krishna, but also a draw by Radoslav Wojciech, who held out Vincent Kaymer with the black pieces. No one had done that yet in this tournament. So that's definitely a good result for Wojciech, who gets white against Studer in the last round, and that could be quite valuable. Studer will be in second last place. Edward is really having the bad tournament, but it's proving not so easy to knock over Studer. So rook a2 played, and then rook b2, and that's where we stand at the moment. So takes. I was looking for some trick, but there's always knight takes bishop check if need be. So, well, Studer's getting closer to hanging on here, I must admit. Yeah, it's takes, queen a4, knight c3 is just about okay. Very, very close to okay. So, so the exciting one is probably Naiditch. So Naiditch did play knight c4. Sorry, I left it around here. And his opponent will presumably swap because I guess, yeah, knight d3 looks very sus because you take and go knight d2 and block everything. In fact, that looks horrible. So yeah, so take, bishop takes, check, king h8, and well, white is worse because the rooks are sort of struggling to get back, but the bishop might be able to sit on d1 in some lines. And black has to choose now actually between an e3 idea and a d3 one, and I suspect he'll delay that choice for a while and might play h6 or something like that to get out of back rank mate. Yeah, it's okay, but right now we've got the big win And the big winner of this round, Pentala Harikrishna, talking to Dina Belankaya.
Welcome back to the live studio of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival 2020. We have here with us our first winner of the round 6. Harry, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
The game went rather comfortable for you. How did you feel it?
Yeah, surprisingly it was smooth. I think I prepared something. I mean, it's not the main theory or some, but I guess he was out of his preparation quite early in the game, and then he chose rather passive variation against this setup, and then my moves were quite easy to make, and then I had a nice pace advantage, and yeah, everything was going smooth, and then in the queen endgame I had to be a little bit careful. Actually, there were a lot of tricks. I mean, it's probably winning, but you know, if let's say there are two ways to win, one is you know, slow and it will win eventually, and one is probably just winning by force. So yeah, there were many winning ideas,
Lines,
but yeah, I had to calculate a bit, and eventually I found a nice way to win.
Yesterday it was rather similar. You had an endgame and you had different options. You had a long way to win with those two passed pawns in the queen endgame, and you also had probably a choice to calculate a little bit, be precise, find the faster plan. Did it remind you of yesterday?
Well, at some point I think it could have come to queen 3 pawns versus queen pawn, but he didn't opt for this. Okay, probably he thought it's lost anyway. But of course, yesterday's queen 2 pawns were much more winning than this, although this should also be winning. But I chose queen d4. I mean, okay, we can see.
Yes, let's go through the game.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I played a couple of times this variation. Okay, it's not really.
Should not be surprising for him.
No, but I just played in rapid. I really didn't play in some classical. Maybe I played 1 or 2 classical games, but this I usually play in rapid, not really in opening for classical. So I think more or less I knew until this until here, but rook b8 was a bit strange for me. I thought knight d7, because anyway black has to play knight d7, and I think around here I thought my position is very good. He played bishop a8. Yeah, I could play a3 b4, and maybe a3 b4 was easier. So bishop a1. Okay.
So usually this position doesn't seem to have any particular threat for black, but still on the long term you manage to have a very easy game.
Actually, it's not so simple for black over the board, because I will exchange this b2 bishop with g7, and then black needs to be careful with all kinds of checks, or queen h6, knight g5, and yeah, I mean, if the bishop is on e7 and pawn is on e6 and g7, it's completely fine. But
then you have a typical hedgehog.
Yeah, hedgehog position. But without the bishop on g7 and bishop on b2, I just like white's position. And
even if the d6 pawn is not weakened.
no, actually it doesn't matter, because white has many times ideas like h4, h5, or bring the rook to king side. Without the bishop on g7, I think it's quite unpleasant for black in these structures. So yeah, b5 was nice, I thought, and here I had couple of options. I could go c takes b5, a b5 and b4. And with the idea of knight c3, I think this is also quite promising. And then I eventually chose this. I thought this is very good. I like such structures for white, because black simply has no counter play, and white is going to bring his rook to h4 to provoke f6 and then push h4. He has a lot of time, and at some point rook c5 will come and rook to c6. It's just very bad for black.
So it's like a one direction game here.
Yes, yes. Black is hoping for maximum for draw here, and
Did you have a choice of plans here because position looks so rich?
well, I only had to make sure that he doesn't have e5 and then he gets d5, d4. And therefore I decided to play this move to force him to play f6 or f5 here. And once he moves the pawn on f5, okay, it's not really that important how I convert, because I can play slowly many moves, and eventually I will be able to take on c5. So yeah.
May I ask you, was knight d7, knight f6 an option to defend the king?
Which moment here?
Yes, after rook h4. Knight d7.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I go rook c6
and you play
yeah
everywhere.
Maybe it was wise to include this so that he doesn't have this e5. But yeah, basically with rook on c6 he cannot just.
So you can just simply go to the other.
I can go g3, and I'm not going to do anything. I mean, also there is some threat like g4, g5, rook h5, and so on. But even if I don't have that, white is just better here.
Okay.
So that's why he played f5 and rook d4. Okay, a4, it really doesn't matter. I am anyway not going to play a4. Actually, I don't know what is my plan, but I think it's just that the position is difficult for black to make any active plan here.
So you just go from one side to another and weakening more and more on the both wings.
Yes.
Okay.
And eventually black will collapse, I think.
Absolutely.
So yeah, here I saw that I can just take it, because if rook a8, let's say, I think this is one possibility. And
yeah, we analyzed this line. We analyzed
that.
Takes, queen e6, bishop
exactly.
c4, bishop c4.
No, bishop c4.
Queen a4 and queen e6. Yeah, we did analyze it. That is like looks absolutely winning.
Yeah, this is winning. Yes, queen e6.
Queen e6, queen e5, and
this is lost.
And
actually, you can take queen e7 also.
Okay, yeah, both. Yeah, we did see this one.
Yeah.
We were actually very pleased to see the sacrifice, because Ian has suggested it before you play, just before you play, and then you play. Yeah, so you took, and then did you hesitate here?
Okay.
After taking, did you hesitate to take immediately the rook?
Well, here I think the move order is quite important. I more or less will get to the same position which I got in the game. Like I could also play bishop takes b5, queen b5, queen e6, rook f7, and rook
yeah,
king g7, and I think h5 or something like that was possible here.
Because queen e5 doesn't bring you much after king h6.
Yeah, but I was seeing some perpetual here actually. Yeah, I think it's here. So queen b1 check, king h2. The problem is after h6 it just takes king h6, queen f7, and it's a perpetual unless I'm missing something. And one of the problem is that after queen e5, king f6, here this looks very nice, but there was a problem with
He does have something.
Yeah, it does, because I think you can simply go queen b6 and queen d6.
Alright, like this, and bring the queen to d6.
No, actually it's queen
b1
check.
first.
Yeah, queen b1. Yeah, queen b1 check. Yeah, queen b1 check, king h2.
And now queen b6.
King h2. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But now I missed, because I can just play h6, king f6, rook c8. Yeah, it's winning. Okay.
Even g4, g5?
No.
There would be some mate, no? G4 after g4. Mating
yes. Also g4 is winning. Yeah, of course. Yes. Okay. Too many mates are there. Yeah, this was possible, of course. And okay, I more or less saw this. It's winning after rook e7, and suddenly he found this queen a2. And now it's quite interesting. Like d6
We
is a
did
draw.
analyze this 6 for a
Yeah,
moment,
queen,
but
queen f2.
queen f2 and
Yeah, the
somehow...
problem is that after here, I think it's here. So d7.
Yeah,
check,
takes.
and queen d8. And there is
Yes, we did see this
because
position.
you just push c4, c3, and yeah, I mean, I think white is probably losing. And so this was the trick which he played, and then I decided to just take this pawn, and then
Looks
okay,
way safer.
I will win.
Yeah.
I will win maybe a bit long after a while, but at least it's safe. So queen d2.
And it did take a while,
yeah, it did take a
eventually.
while. No, basically I was thinking, I'm pretty sure, yeah, for f3 I thought for 10 minutes I think this was the critical, I mean queen c5 and f3 are the critical moves here.
Okay.
So after king f7, yeah, surprisingly all these queen moves are
Do not work that much.
Yeah.
We actually saw...
queen e5.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably a drop after check, check, and yeah, I mean I'm not really going anywhere because after this
Just continues to rotate you.
yeah, that's the problem. I don't know.
You
where
cannot
I'm going.
go up.
Yes.
Yeah.
The key position is something like you know, you eventually you will get something like this.
Okay.
I mean, this is probably the way. And
Queen b5?
Yeah, queen b5.
You go up.
And I think this is probably a draw.
Okay.
Actually, I calculated because after king b3 you just have queen b5. I can't move the queen, and after king d4, queen a4, and this is a draw because I give queen b4, queen e4, and queen h4. So you can't go further. And after king d5, check, check, and check. This is a draw.
Again. So even like when you see at least back to the starting position, this is some kind of a line that you do not want to go enter because you do not know, like either you win or you not
actually,
win.
I know that it's a draw.
Okay, so it's even easier.
So it's, I didn't even want to think about it, but
let me ask you, did you calculate this?
King F
and queen c8. Did you consider this one? It's like a
idea?
study-like move because you cannot take, and if here. Now,
because I don't have queen c1 check. Yeah,
yes, and now there is no queen c1.
Yeah, okay, of course. Yeah, I didn't see this.
Okay. That was...
This is winning, yeah? Okay, that's nice. So queen c8 and king f6 this one. I just forgot that c1 is controlled. Okay, that's nice.
That was a
so
very
anyway,
nice trick.
I play f3 and now he plays queen e1.
And now this is the while started.
No, it's surprisingly this is a draw. I mean, check, and he just plays h6.
Oh.
It's probably a draw because if I move the queen, he has queen h4, queen e1, and king h1 is queen h1, and yes, there is no way.
And you cannot improve.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, for queen e7. Yeah, exactly. So, maybe it's winning actually.
f4?
f4 is winning maybe.
Okay.
Because after queen e7, I take and h5.
Nice.
Because g5, king h3.
It takes.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
You don't take?
Yeah.
And here? How do you win?
Maybe it's not winning. Yeah. Maybe it's not winning. Yeah.
Maybe you need to start with h5.
You mean?
You cannot.
No,
yeah.
I cannot.
I'll start with h5 and then he used g5.
Yeah,
okay.
G5.
Nice.
So this was the last trick, I think, and then I just put queen d4, and I calculated that anytime he takes king d7 and king f4 is winning. So basically I had to see that, and here I could really make some mistake. I think this. I need queen on d6 when I get this position, but h4 is hanging, and if I make king move, king e6 will come, not king e7. So I decide to give queen d5 check, and after king f6 he doesn't have any kind of perpetual.
Yeah.
This is winning. This I calculated.
Nice. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
So 2 more wins you have just scored. Tomorrow is the last day. How do you evaluate your chances?
Yeah, I just play tomorrow against Anton and see how it goes. I didn't do anything special for last 2 games, so okay. It's true that last 2 games went my way, and it's nice that I won 2 games after Blitz. And tomorrow I just play normally. I mean, just like how I played the whole event.
Nothing special.
No, just not.
Right. Wish you very good luck.
Yeah, thank
and
you.
see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome back. The 2 games we're still following, the games between Michael Adams and Noel Studer and David Anton and Arkady Neidich have both taken surprising turns, but the remarkable one is a beautiful little combination by Michael Adams. He swapped on b2 and played queen a4, which I thought was going to be answered by knight c3, equalizing, but instead of taking on c3, Adams played queen b4, knight takes b5, and then a fantastic move, knight takes c5. There are pins everywhere, but he is guaranteed of winning back his piece, and he will probably finish with an extra pawn, and there will probably still be a weak pawn on d4 to have a go at. It's really lovely. I haven't been able to see any counterplay at all here for White. White's sort of got a spare move to do something, but queen d2, queen takes b3 is easy. And what else? So this should be game over, and it does look like Michael Adams is going to move up very, very close to the leaders. And remembering he has White in the last round against Neidich. However, Neidich will be feeling a lot better because his game has turned rather a lot too. We saw the position after bishop takes c4 check, and Anton decided, normally logically, to play king f8. But after rook f5 check, you could tell by the fact that he suddenly paused that he realized that something had gone terribly wrong, because after king here, bishop b3. Here, bishop a4 check is huge. And sure, you can play bishop c6, but then rook b6, and suddenly there's 2 pieces under attack. Now, in all this time, Black just has not had time to push the pawns. So, well, I guess bishop b5 here might be a decent move, but you can just get knocked by a4 if you want. But he played bishop d7. He's only got 4 minutes left for 10 moves. And to be honest, that bishop doesn't look perfect on that square either. And we've got Dina ready to join the broadcast. So some excitement here, Dina. It looks like both games are getting going against the run of play a bit, and Adams has certainly won a pawn out of nothing.
Yes, absolutely. And we just had 2 post-game interviews in the live studio. So that was pretty easy game for Harry afterwards.
Yeah, in retrospect, though, he was obviously very nervous in the queen ending. He felt as if things could go wrong.
Absolutely, and apparently he did not see that nice FD of yours, queen c8.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, you see it or you don't. And if you don't, the longer you can think for a long time and you probably won't. And to be honest, the variations you were calculating with him, he was looking at crazy stuff with his king running all the way to the queen side. And very often when you think down these long variations, you forget to double check things right at the start. Okay, this game is really getting exciting. E3 played, takes. So that e-pawn is dangerous. You may have to bring your rook back and sit it in front of the pawn, which looks reasonable.
Absolutely.
So after rook d1, do we have any dramatic move like bishop takes h3 or something along those lines to try to force a swap of rooks? No, because bishop a4 check probably wins then, unfortunately. So yeah, so rook d1 looks forced, just about. He hasn't played it yet. He has got enough time though. He's got 13 minutes to go. But what else? King f1 is the other move. Oh, bishop b5 check. King moves, take. Yeah, maybe, but your king could be in big danger sitting on e1 with a bishop on b5. There could easily be a mating net around the king. So it's probably better just to put a rook in front of it. Of course, black can go bishop b5, but you still don't have rook d1. You've got to try to play rook f1, and that looks very difficult with that bishop sitting on b3. Still no move by Studer, by the way. They have there's quite a lot of moves to go before the time control, and that knight takes c5 came out of nowhere. So I think Studer is going to have time trouble to add to his problems, and really, I don't see a move. He's going to try and bring it to just a pawn down, but currently 9 minutes thinking time. I think he's down to about 2 minutes. Is that right, Dina?
Yes, looks like it.
Yeah, so really serious. And he's finally made a move, which is queen a2. Okay, so he wants to go queen a8 and queen takes on c6, which is reasonable, but surely this is winning. Knight takes b3, queen check, king h7, queen takes pawn, check, king here, and knight d2. This sort of setup is normally pretty well game over. If you check on c2, we just go g6. You can move your bishop, and it won't be made immediately, but it will be made pretty soon.
Yeah, Harry did not seem that happy about Adam's chances.
You mean he thought Adams was going to win?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment he was with the studio with us, yeah, he didn't like the fact that Michael was having an advantage.
Okay, yes. But, I mean, that's going to make it really interesting in the last round. Basically, anyone who wins in the last round is probably going to win the tournament. And Adams, with the white pieces against Knight-Edge, has very decent chances. But okay, this is critical. So I presume queen e1 check is right. I can't see any other good tricks. Now, of course, we could take on d4, but I don't want to get just 4 against 3. That could be really hard work. So knight d2. King moves. Okay, so queen check, g6. The threat is knight f1 followed by knight e3 now. Gee, that's scary.
That is
h4. Yeah, most of the time when you run to h3, you get mated. So what if I start? Oh no, you've got bishop h2. I'm thinking check and knight e3 ideas, but you've always got bishop h2. So this is not quite game over. It feels as if it's like one of these famous Kasparov-Karpov games where the critical game in one of his world title matches where he set up this sort of queen and knight attack and there was no escape. But here, I haven't played h5 yet, so I can't quite set up mates. And if I take the bishop, that's not much. Unless I've got queen h1. I don't know. Let's have a look. So knight check, king here, take. Oh, queen h1, you've still got queen e4, hanging on to everything. Unfortunately, and that should be drawable.
Yeah, that's
So,
not much of a danger for white.
yeah, so we need this position and we need something really good here. And I'm not sure what. So he's going to play knight d2. But yeah, it's if you don't go queen c2, if you go h4 immediately, also possible. Yeah, so he could do that as well. 5 moves to go before the time control. Let's quickly go back to the David Anton game, because he really needs a win to stay in touch with the leaders, but I don't think he's going to do it. E3, take, rook d1 played, and now a5. I was expecting bishop b5 or e2 and then bishop b5. a5. Surely this is not enough. Rook e1, I guess. In fact, the e3 pawn could turn out to be a bit of a weakness in some lines. I wonder if rook a6 works. Probably not. Probably there's a4 then. So, no, I think rook e1 and white should draw this without too many problems. The e-pawn is simply too close to the white king. It won't queen. Knight d2 played by Adams. Okay, so where are we? Somewhere around here. So he hasn't played, he has played queen check. Now Adams could, if he wants, play king g8 and then back to h7 and just gain a little bit of time on the clock. He's not terribly short of time, but maybe he wants the critical decisions to be made later.
Although it's Tudor who is low on time and who would be more interested in gaining more time.
It's true, but maybe Adams doesn't want to have to make the tough decision before move 40, but probably he will, because even with a repetition, after h4, he's going to have to decide how he plays it after that. I must admit, after h4, I'm very tempted just to go h5 and set up some sort of attack on.
But he did play g6 afterwards.
He did play g6. Okay. So at some point, white may be able to play knight d6, because then if king g7, we have knight e8 check, but not yet because of the mate. So we have to go h4, and he's played it.
Yes, just played it.
This is a critical position. And this is one where I really am not sure how to play the attack. Queen e2 is tricky, but king h1 looks okay then. And queen f1 doesn't do the job. So that doesn't look so convincing.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I just don't have the squares. So h5 knight d6 is my problem, because I don't have king g7 then. So maybe Adams is not winning. He must be better here. Gee, even if he takes the bishop, knight check and takes the bishop, you should be able to control some key squares there, because some move like king g7 and then the knight can't move because the bishop takes d4, and we haven't allowed queen e4. Or take the bishop, king takes, and play e5. Could that work? Maybe. But Adams, well, he's got plenty of time, 10 minutes still. Quickly back to Anton. That's 2 minutes against 9. Anton played rook e5. I don't know where he's going from there. He's just guarding everything, stopping bishop b5, I guess. So knight still should go rook e1. I mean, that must be decent.
Absolutely.
and he should be equal there. I don't suppose. No, there's no king f1 here. Maybe not. It looks very dodgy.
What don't you like about queen f1?
King f1. Well, some sort of discovery on the white squares. I'm not sure exactly where though. What about rook f5 check if king f1?
King e1.
And rook f2.
Okay. Let me try.
Rook d3.
Yes, nice one.
And I have to take g2. You take e3
with a check.
It could even be better for white there. That's not impossible.
Well, the pieces look better, and the king is central. Oh, black king is also central, but black king is a little bit in danger.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, white's managed to get his pieces to good squares. Bishop on c4 is particularly good. You can always play b3 and keep it there. It might almost be time for black to find a way to swap some pieces off, but I don't know how. Anyway, what's white's move? I don't know exactly what white does either. Still no move from Adams, by the way, but we'll stay with Anton's game. So Knight is burning time. And yeah, given his time advantage, he may well be deciding, okay, I'm not losing this anymore. Let's try to find a way to win.
That would be an interesting approach, because his tournament situation is not that positive, and he would like to use his chance to improve his mood. After all,
it's true, but his game with Edward, I thought he had some chances, and suddenly it just liquidated. So maybe he's already decided this isn't his tournament. And to be honest, Anton is playing a lot better than him at the moment. But right now, I'm waiting for e2 because I can go rook e1. So I've got sort of a spare move. So maybe b3, maybe rook b d6 could be just annoying. He played rook b7, similar idea.
B7, yeah.
Okay, so that's very decent. Because again, if you move your bishop away, well, the kingside pawns are disappearing, which is one thing. So it might be an idea to start moving the kingside pawns. I presume there's no rook takes d7 and bishop b5, but there might be later after a4. That could be a bit scary. Still no move from Adams, by the way. Rook b7 is a decent move, very decent. Rook e7 perhaps? Or are you asking? No, then you're asking for rook takes d7 and black will lose. I think.
Could be.
Although there's still e2 at the end, unfortunately. So maybe not completely lost. So g5 could be reasonable. h5. h4 is not bad. I mean, it could turn out to be a weak pawn, but it could also restrain the other king. So I like h5. I think that's good enough. Okay, queen e2 played by Adams. So after queen e2, let's see.
You do threaten knight f1 or knight e3 trying to win a queen, so there is a direct threat, which might have
but I thought king h1 would be fine here. But maybe not so clear. We've had a surprise move by Anton, by the way, rook c8. So he is banking on his e-pawn. So if rook d takes d7, he wants to play rook takes c4. It looks risky. Rook takes g7. You're losing a lot of pawns, but
needs to move the queen, the king or rook. Yeah, you need to.
Wow.
King f8 or king d8 looks like only two options.
King d8 is probably losing a rook. after rook check, follow the other rook check.
Indeed.
So here,
Is he
okay,
looking
rook.
for kind of a draw escape?
How does black even draw this? You've lost too many pawns.
Wow.
If we get one pair of rooks off, then we put our king in front of the pawn, and these connected pawns on one side. It's simply game over. Wow. That's terrible by Anton. No move yet by Knight, but he's got enough time to work it out.
He has 3 more minutes.
Yeah. So Studer played Queen C6, which I hadn't seen at all. I don't know if he wants Queen E8 or something like that. Gee, that looks dodgy too, but why? Because moving your queen away instead of moving your king does seem strange, but doesn't look like there's anything clear here. Knight check, still king h3, maybe then h5, queen f3. That's the idea. So you could start with h5 with knight f1. And then the danger is that you're not doing it with checks. So there'll be some queen d7. And I think this is what is the real worry. So queen d7, check, you move away, knight. Oh no, it's not perpetual. We have bishop g7.
Well, bishop g7 will be followed by bishop e5. Or
okay,
you want to do
what
it
happens?
right? You want to, okay, you want to take now on g3.
Well, I wanted to go queen somewhere like e1. Yeah, I want to go queen e1. So if queen takes, bishop g7, bishop e5, I should be mating here. I might not. That's not mate, unfortunately.
You don't have even any check.
I win the knight, though.
Yeah, that's enough.
Probably, even though I've got a wrong bishop and wrong rook pawn, but it's probably enough. Still no move from knight.
H5 has just happened on the board, I believe, judging by the camera.
Oh, h5. Okay, yep. We like
and
h5.
Knight has just took the bishop.
Okay, good on him. So
Rook
here,
takes c4.
rook takes c4. He'll take on g7, I'm sure.
Yes, he's
But
going for
this
it.
is, yep. And Knight is simply winning. I mean, Anton is actually going to be overtaken by half a point by Knight at the end of this, because when you've got 2 rooks on the 7th, you can always force an exchange of a pair of rooks. And as long as you force the exchange of that rook on the e file, so king d8 is answered by rook g8 check, followed by rook b8, and that's game over. So you have to go king f8. I think Anton could even resign here. That's that bad. Okay, we've had a move. Knight c3, played by Studer. He's hanging on by a thread. So we have knight f1 if we want. King g1, queen e1. Then, that is winning. And knight e3 check and knight g4 check. That is game over. So it is winning now. Check, king g1, queen here. After queen e4, check, king here, knight check, and queen h1 mate. So that is winning on move 39. I don't know if move 38 wasn't great, but that is winning now. So we actually have 2 decisive games much more quickly than expected.
Indeed.
Okay, after rook takes g7, he played check. Now his king can't get in front of the pawn so easily. Now that is a clever idea. Now he can go king f8. And it's still going to be winning after rook h7. King g8, rook e7. Or is it rook c5? No, rook b8's mate. Yeah, the whole point of rook e7 is that you have to swap because we're threatening a mate. So you have to play king f8 here. So then we take on h7, have to play king g8 because we're mating you. And now we just go here. And originally I thought you could play rook on c1 to c5, but rook b8 is mate. So both games are ending with a mating attack. Well, okay, takes. The only hope you've got, I guess, is rook e1, but we can always go king g3 and king f3. I think I'll start with that. Rook e2, and I'll probably throw a4 in the mix, just to make sure you don't even get a pass pawn on the queen side.
Indeed.
So
nice
next move, king f3. Rook f2, check, take. We should still be winning, but actually that's a little bit tricky. So next move is b3, and then king f3, and we'll be fine. So that is a win for knightage. Not yet, but it will be. Whereas, that's not the position we have. This is the position that Adams is faced with.
King g8 has, yeah.
And what does Adams? Well, Adams only has queen e1's possible with knight f1 as well. So probably he's got two ways to do it. But queen e1, queen e4, knight f1, he can go king g3. Oh, then queen takes c3 wins piece. So okay, it's still winning no matter which way you do it. And but he checked on g7. What is going on? Now if there's another check, can't you go to e8 or not? Probably not, because rook h7. So it's still rook f7 doesn't spoil anything, or does? Actually, this is bad now, because rook e7, you've got the wrong rook on e7, and it means that we can play rook here.
And he did play rook b7.
Okay, rook b7. That gives it, right, now if king g8, so e2 is not working. So if king g8, now rook e7, it doesn't make a difference. He reproduces a position after move 40, and now he's fine. And now he goes rook e7 anyway. So he was probably just getting to the time control.
Absolutely.
So knight f1 check played by Adams. King g1 played. He will play queen e1 since you don't have any other logical move. And they're at move 40 now after queen e1. So Studer has time to think. It does feel a little bit late.
Queen e1.
So I wonder if you can move your bishop here. Because knight e3, then at least we can go king. Oh, but then we have knight e3, knight g4, and queen takes on f2 as well. So no, there's no way out here, and it's a mating attack. So Studer, I would say, has to resign very soon. And after knight h plays rook e7, I would expect Anton to resign as well. So probably straight after the time control, we're going to get two results. Queen e4 just doesn't work here for Adams because of knight e3 and knight g4. And that is the bonus of h5, which he set up all this a few moves ago. So while they're thinking about their 41st move, we might take a brief break, and we may be back with the final moves, or we may be back with some interviews, depending on how things go over the next 4 or 5 minutes. So
both are possible.
See you all soon.
See you soon.
I'm an isolated pawn. I survived some filthy battles. Now I'm far from all the rest, and I'm scared to death. Oh, I'm an isolated pawn. I survived some filthy battles. Now I'm far from all the rest. Ooh, I'm hiding all my fear and sorrow. Ooh, I'm hiding all my fear and sorrow. walkie-talkie. Dark night has blocked my way, and I can't go back. I might not be here tomorrow. We might not be here. I might not be here today. So I close my eyes and pray. I will get to run through the fire. Over me they have no power. Up till the 8th ring, 7th sky. Run through the fire zone. Look back, go back. I'm an isolated pawn, but my queen is counting on me. Well, she says I'm the only hope for a wild-edged heart. Oh, you may seem the weakest one when you reach too far already. Oh, I know I could go beyond this trap. I give you my word, I promise I will go beyond. I will be reborn today. I won't close my eyes, I'll find my way. I will get to run through the fire. Over me they have no power. I will get to run through the fire. Up till the 8th ring, 7th sky. Run through the fire zone. Look back, go back. Look back. Over me they have no power. Go back,
So welcome back. And we have had two results while we took that Yuga break. Both as expected. Michael Adams' game ended as a win against Noel Studer. Studer stays in second last place and Adams moves up. Well, actually, no, he stays in third, but very close to the leaders. And David Anton's run has come to an end at the hands of Arkady Neidich. So our scores after this round, and it's going to be a very exciting final round. Radoslav Wojtaszek is leading, but only on 33 points. Half a point behind is Pentala Harikrishna. 1 point further back is Michael Adams. Vincent Kaymer cannot win. He is on 28 points. Arkady Neidich has overtaken David Anton to go to 22.5. It's 22 for Anton, 15 for Studer, 13.5 for Edouard. And our final round pairings are going to be Radislav Wojtaszek against Noel Studer. It looks like it's in favour of Wojtaszek, perhaps it is, but remember in the final round of the Chess 960 tournament, when Studer had 0 out of 6 and Wojtaszek was leading, he went down to Studer. So is this a revenge game, or will Studer do it again? Romain Edouard is up against Vincent Kaymer. Edouard's had a shocker. He may well just go for a draw in this game. Kaymer would love to win a game with black, but he's still pretty well placed. But I don't know if he can break down Edouard with the white pieces. He needs to have a chance for a placing, though. Then we have David Anton against Pentala Harikrishna. This will be a big game. Harikrishna has to do another big job with black. He beat Wojtaszek with black in the previous day. He's won 3 in a row. Can he make it 4 and win the tournament? If he does, he will absolutely deserve it. And Michael Adams gets the white pieces against Katie Nidich. Until now, Nidich was not in great shape. Unfortunately, for Adams, he's just won a game. It will be very hard work for Adams, but if he wins, he can still win the tournament. So when it looked like it was all over 2 rounds ago, with Radislav Wojtaszek running away with it after the Blitz tournament, now anything can happen. Wojtaszek is still favourite, but well, we'll have to see. The games start early tomorrow. They start at 11 a.m. But before then, we've got a series of interviews now with Dina, and I'll sign off for today and catch you tomorrow. But here's Dina with the players.
Welcome back to the live studio of the 53rd Biel Chess Festival 2020. We have here with us Michael Adams, who has just won his game with the black pieces against Noel Studer. Yesterday it was a tough day, today was easier. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
How did it go?
Yeah, no, yesterday I was very disappointed with my play. Today I wasn't so happy because he was obviously very well prepared and he made a lot of quick moves, and I think he was pressing a bit, but then at some stage where I think it was more or less equal and perhaps it was time to make a draw, he made some move I didn't like too much. Structurally, this e4 and then d4 was weak, and well, okay, I don't know exactly what happened, but I think after this I always had at least practically very good chances to win the game, and even while he struggled to make a draw.
In the beginning it was pretty much equal, but then something happened and you started to take the lead. Could you please show us those moments?
Okay, well, there was a lot of kind of, this is kind of long theoretical line, seeing lots of Nakamura games in this, in the kind of online events. I didn't quite understand all his queen maneuvers, but they seem to work out quite well. Rook a7 actually is not so common here, but I was actually thinking that Rook a7 is a decent move here. Funnily enough, I was actually writing survey for New in Chess on this position. It's not published yet, but this kind of line a bit, and sometimes I was recommending Rook a7, not in this position, but in similar positions.
And still you seem to take some time here taking the decisions.
Well, the problem is it's kind of very tactical, whether he can play b takes a5, c takes b6, b5, and normally if black is accurate these things don't work, but the problem is in a practical game you have to be very careful not to allow some kind of thing, and this is why I think it's not so pleasant to play with black in some ways. And you also need to choose. The Rook a7 is important because then Queen c2. Now I was able to take, and at least I got good control of the a file, and also I didn't commit the pawn on b6 yet, which is also quite important. So I thought it was probably okay. Okay, they have b5, interesting here. I wasn't sure, but I didn't think that was so dangerous. But Queen c1, knight d2, white normally either goes knight e1 to d3 or knight d2 to b3. I don't know if this knight e8 to c7 was so clever. I wanted to kind of play bishop f6 e5, but I also have to be slightly careful about e4 at some moment. I mean, maybe rook a1 I thought was actually interesting here, because I think I have to play first b takes c5 after rook a1, with the idea
to swap the rooks.
yeah, rook a1. Nice goes to top and takes, rook takes. I think c4 was okay, because otherwise rook a1 I thought could be awkward. So bishop g3, I think it's not. Well, okay, I think it's an okay move, but it doesn't do so much.
Little too slow.
Well, I mean, I think it's okay, but I don't think you can play for an advantage with bishop g3. So because now e5 is coming, I mean, I think just maybe rook a1 and to swap should probably be quite drawish, but I mean, after e4, I think probably he thought that I was just going to play knight d5 because it looks quite tempting, which I think is also quite reasonable for black. But obviously the problem is with knight b5, actually it's just not so easy to defend d4 immediately. You know, lots of problems coming with rook a2, rook a4, rook a3, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's possible to hold here for white, but it's certainly practically very unpleasant. I mean, I don't know. I came up with this sort of funny idea to play this intermediate knight takes c5. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's some way to survive here, but obviously it looks very difficult for a human, at least when
Absolutely.
I'm getting this knight on f1. You know, it's not so pleasant to be defending positions like this. Yeah, I think I thought maybe king h1.
Yeah, king h1 we did analyze actually.
Yeah, I wasn't completely sure of what was happening there, but okay, of course it's not easy to make a move like king
Yeah,
h1
indeed, and
when
he
you
was
don't
in the
have
time
much
trouble.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, I mean it's possible that maybe could reach some position where I have an extra pawn and white can hold it, but okay, things worked out well for me today.
Right. So that was a very nice win, judging by the result of yesterday. How do you evaluate your chances so far for going up to that last round?
Well, I think I'm a bit behind, so I don't think I have such great chances. But obviously, it's nice to win today and have some positive momentum. So I'll just play and see what happens. I mean, I think the guys with the more points are always in a better position, but sometimes strange things can happen, so I'll just play my game and see what happens.
Tomorrow the round starts very early, 11 o'clock, I believe. Will you spend some time preparing tonight and checking the lines tomorrow morning, or better go for having a fresh head?
Yeah, I mean, I think I prepare a little bit, but probably not too much. I mean, also now I'm already prepared for, well, I don't know how many games we are playing here now. I counted up 28 or something, so I've quite a lot of preparation already, so I think remembering it all might be more of a problem. So okay, I think, just play the game and see what happens.
Right, thank you very much.
Okay, no problem.
That was Michael Adams here with us. Stay tuned for yet one more interview just after. And the very last round result for today, Arkady Najic has just won his game against David Anton. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to score back?
Feels good to win a game, but of course I'm very unhappy with my play. So once again I played quite badly, and I think at some moment he had decent chances of getting big advantage. He missed it, and then somehow he confused himself, and I was lucky in the end to win the game. So
Let us see some concrete lines.
yeah, sure. So we had this opening. He played b6. Okay, I think just a random move. Of course, d5 is the main continuation. So d4, I think it was okay. Here first I played queen d2.
Pretty original seemed to us.
Yes, because I wanted to save a tempo at some moment, but I think it's not the best. I think I should have gone just queen d1 and have the normal setup. But still, I think my position is okay. So we had this position. I think queen d1 is also okay because I got my bishop out finally. And right here, from the feeling, I think I should be a little better somehow. But he has this straight idea of playing f5 next. And I started to think for a long time and played badly. So I think...
Let me ask you, did you consider putting this bishop, dark square bishop on b2 early in the opening?
Yes, but I was not sure how to do it. So for example,
perhaps starting with b3, bishop b2 and then c4?
Yeah, but
knight
here
c3.
with a bishop on d6, I was not sure that this is right. Of course, b3 is possible as well. I just thought that in case I get now my bishop to e3 from the feeling, all I need to do is to play queen d2 or k d1 and I should be slightly better. But after his bishop c5, he wants to play f5 next. So from the feeling, somehow I felt I should be a little better, but did not see how. So I played this rook c1. I'm not sure that that's a nice move actually. And now after knight e5, I thought for a very long time because basically I saw no move somehow for myself. He wants to play f5 next, and no idea what to do.
It's like a very improved hedgehog, right?
Okay, it's not exactly like a hedgehog already because you have usually the pawn on d6, but
so
yeah,
improved for black. Very improved
like
for
a
black.
normal Sicilian.
Okay.
And so here I went for the forced line with knight a4. I think it's as well quite a bad idea, but I just was not sure what to do next. So f5, I played this queen d4. So we went into an endgame, and I was not sure if he's doing better, but then during the game I thought, yes, he's doing better. I think I must be very careful not to get quite worse. So I tried with this rook b3, rook c5, and rook b4. I think here is a critical moment because the question is if d4 is working or not. So if I get my rook to d4, probably I can hold. So he played d4, and after knight c4, I was not sure. Maybe he can play something like knight d3, but I thought I'm holding probably. So here, I don't know if he's winning or not. Take, and I was a little bit surprised by king f8. I thought maybe king h8 is working. So of course the critical line here is if I have bishop d5 or not. So
using the weakness of the 8th rank.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I'm not sure. Maybe he can still play d3. So I take d2. Probably rook d5 is a must, so he can go d1 queen.
Nice.
I take. He takes king h2. So it seems like I probably survive this position.
Bishop takes c4.
Yeah, but he can play something maybe first. I don't know. I think I still need to fight for a draw, but probably I have good chances to make a draw here.
Right.
So maybe the whole idea was playing d4. I'm not sure if this is actually winning for black or not because the position is just forced. So and after king f8, bishop b3, I think I have some chances already to hold the game from the feeling.
And where was the moment that you realized that you could actually play for a win?
Here, I mean, a couple of moves later, for bishop d7, I'm not sure. So here, it's clear that he started to play some random moves. And after rook d1, he played this a5. I think it is a big mistake. So he should already just make a draw, just play e2 and basically hold to a draw. Or maybe I thought that even bishop b5 is just a simple draw instantly, because I think I need to take on d8.
Okay.
And probably I have to play rook to e6. So I believe it is just a draw.
So no advantage here for white.
No. No. I was happy that I might escape it. And after a5 is looking very risky. So after bishop c4, I already had some hopes that I might be doing a little better, and he was running short on time. He played this rook e5. I'm also not sure if this is the best. After rook b7, already some problems, at least some practical problems. And of course, he made rook c8. This is just a losing move.
Yeah, wonder.
But already it's a fight.
King f1 instead of rook b7. Did have any sense?
Yes, sure. I mean, king f1 is possible, but of course, as well, rook d6 is looking like an option. So basically, I've been considering between rook d6 and rook b7. King f1, of course, it's a good major idea to get the king next to the pawn, but from the feeling, somehow you want to do something directly, so rook b7 or rook d6. And finally, I went for rook b7 because it's not looking so pleasant. Yeah, with the king on e8 and some pins, little time.
So you decided to make this little bit provocative move, judging by the time situation.
Yeah, but I think it's objectively not a bad move, because why not to put the rook on the 7th rank? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was there like an idea to make from practical wise moments more problems for black by playing this, or just simply it's objective better?
I'm not sure. In case I think he would have half an hour time, probably he would hold this position.
Yeah.
But okay, it's not that simple already. Yeah? So there are little problems, and he was very low on time, so very unpleasant to play, of course. So he went for this mistake, rook c8, and of course now the position is just lost by force because I have the rook e7.
Right. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tomorrow is the last round. It starts early. Do you think you will prepare, or better take some rest to have more energy?
I will. I will surely prepare a little, but I hope to sleep well. That's the most important. I think all of us are a little tired already, so I hope to play actually better than today. So.
We know that many of those players, like even Magnus, do not like morning rounds. Do you actually have something particular with these morning rounds, or doesn't change much?
It's okay for me, because usually I wake up like 9 or 9:30, so it's okay. But sure, I prefer to play at 2 or 3.
Right. Thank you very much, and very good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.